When the cold moon of Sparta lit up the empty training ground, an oppressive silence hung in the council chamber. A prisoner bound with heavy iron chains was dragged into the firelight. His clothes were tattered, yet his eyes blazed with a fire that struck terror into the hearts of the nobles. His name was Kynedon, a marginal figure who was neither a slave nor a full citizen. Yet he had nearly toppled this mighty military empire in complete secrecy. Tonight, let us sit beside the flickering fire and follow this story into the true life of this man. Official records deliberately erased Kynedon's name, leaving only a brief note about a terrifying conspiracy. To this day, people wonder how an ordinary man with no noble lineage or armed forces managed to rally tens of thousands of loyal followers under the ever-watchful eyes of Sparta. This was no open battle fought under the sun, but a covert storm woven in the dark, through silent glances and unspoken understandings. As surveillance nets and treacherous blades intertwined in the shadows, Kynedon was doomed to become a somber ballad buried deep in the ruins. Let us turn back time to that stifling era, and see how this lonely soul lit the first faint yet deadly spark on the brink of fate's abyss. Back then, the air of Sparta reeked of leather, sweat, and fear. Kynedon was not one of the elite Spartan warriors clad in red cloaks and carrying round shields. He belonged to an awkward and silent class, the inferior citizens. Though free, he was forever barred from power. He toiled endlessly for the city-state, yet was ignored like air at the nobles' grand feasts. Each early morning, Kynedon would stand in a corner of the marketplace, watching arrogant nobles ride past. Their horses trampled through the mud, crushing the last shred of dignity of the lower classes. Amid this overwhelming oppression, he noticed subtle changes. Resentment flickered in the eyes of the helot slaves, and fists clenched among his fellow inferior citizens. Refusing to perish in silence, he began to share his bold plan in hushed whispers by the fire late at night. "Look around the streets of Sparta," he told his confidants. "The nobles are but a handful, while the rest of us fill every corner." His tone was as calm as if talking about the weather, yet every word cut through Sparta's seemingly unbreakable class barriers like a blunt blade. The madness beneath his composure sent a chill down everyone's spine, yet they could not help but draw close to this glimmer of hope. So the seed of secrecy took root among Sparta's downtrodden, and Kynedon tended to it alone in the darkness. Carrying out a conspiracy demanded extreme caution and wit, for the Krypteia, Sparta's secret police, lurked everywhere like phantoms. Kynedon knew full well that any public gathering or careless word would bring instant death to everyone involved. He thus devised an ingenious way to communicate under the radar, splitting his vast network into small, discreet groups. While browsing weapons at the blacksmith stall, he traced secret marks on wooden spear handles with his fingers, signs only his allies could decipher. In the misty farmlands at dawn, he passed helot laborers carrying baskets of manure. No words were exchanged, just a low cough that relayed vital information. He even made use of Sparta's communal dining feasts, disguising core orders as casual toasts amid the noise and drunken chatter. He possessed extraordinary self-control. Whenever secret police eyed him with suspicion, he would put on the mildest, most innocent smile. Under his meticulous arrangement, a huge network of blacksmiths, farmers and slaves tightened quietly right under the ruler's noses. Everyone kept silent, waiting for his final signal. A dawn that would bring quiet yet brutal upheaval to Sparta. Late at night, Kynedon often sat alone, listening to distant barks and watching the flickering oil lamp. He knew he was pushing a boulder uphill. One misstep would crush him completely. The cruelest twist of fate rarely comes from powerful enemies, but from the people you trust most implicitly. As the uprising drew near, loneliness and weariness weighed heavily on Kynedon. Longing for reassurance, he turned to his oldest friend. On a windless night, he led his companion to a desolate tomb outside the city. Beneath the moonlight, he revealed the full list of allies and hidden weapon stashes, believing they shared an oath to live and die together. He failed to notice the look of terror and greed that flashed across his friend's face at the mention of the massive conspiracy. The next morning, instead of heading to the blacksmith's shop, the trembling man made his way to the residence of Sparta's highest magistrates. Betrayal happened in an instant. A few cold silver coins clinked onto the table, alongside a parchment covered with names. Silence fell over the council as they read the list. They had never imagined danger lurked so close. Wise and cunning, the nobles chose not to arrest Kinadan immediately, fearing a sudden crackdown would detonate the hidden rebellion. A counterplot was set in motion in secret, while Kinadan still sharpened his spears deep into the night, oblivious to the coming storm. To lure Kinadan into a trap, the Spartan Senate devised an offer he could not refuse. The magistrates ordered him to lead a group of soldiers to the border town of Aulon and arrest suspected rebellious helots. The task seemed routine, and Kinadan saw it as a chance to gain further trust and strengthen his cause. On the misty morning of his departure, he glanced back at the ancient city he had lived in for 30 years, his heart filled with tangled emotions. What he did not know was that the soldiers accompanying him were ruthless undercover agents, and a troop of elite Spartan heavy cavalry followed far behind. The sound of hooves echoed through the lonely valley. With every step, Kinadan drifted further from his dream and closer to the abyss. When the party reached a narrow rocky ridge, the leading officer halted. The air turned still, with only the rustle of dry grass in the wind. Sensing danger, Kinadan reached for his dagger, only to find dozens of spears pressed against his throat from all directions. There was no fierce struggle, no heroic last words. In that moment, he understood everything. He glanced at the disguised soldiers and let out a soft sigh, half mocking, half despairing. Dragged back to Sparta, Kinadan was locked in the deepest, darkest underground dungeon. No sound from the outside world penetrated these walls, save for the steady drip of water onto stone. Interrogators used every cruel torture tool of ancient Greece, trying to force him to name more accomplices. Whips tore at his flesh and branding irons seared his skin, yet Kinadan remained eerily calm. Leaning against the cold stone wall, blood streaming down his face, he spoke in a weak but clear voice. "I will not say another word. You may kill me and slaughter everyone in these dungeons, but as long as your cruel class system exists and people are treated like livestock, more men like me will rise from the shadows." His insight into fate sent a chill through the Spartan nobles, who were used to solving problems with brute force. They realized they faced not merely a rebel, but a man fortified by unshakable conviction. Unable to extract more information, the Senate ordered his secret execution without delay. On a starless night, a black sack was pulled over Kinadan's head, and he was dragged out of the dungeon to meet his end. Kinadan's body was cast into a deep ravine on Mount Taygetus, left for wild beasts. He had no tomb, no funeral. Afterwards, Sparta's rulers carried out a brutal yet silent purge, and hundreds of people on the list vanished into the night. The city soon returned to its usual order. The marketplace bustled, nobles rode proudly past, as if Kinadan had never existed. Ink could erase his name from history, but the tremors he left behind lingered forever. A new spark of hope glinted in the eyes of the oppressed. With his life, Kinadan proved that even Sparta's seemingly unbreakable regime was riddled with cracks. His quiet call for resistance echoed down the centuries, whispering in the ears of the downtrodden long after he was gone. The tale of this tense covert war has faded into the dust of history, leaving behind no chaos or sorrow. The cold moon over Sparta has set, and peace has returned to the night sky. Let go of all your thoughts as the dying fire casts its gentle warmth. Kinadan's journey in the darkness has ended, and your peaceful dreams are about to begin. Good night. When the gates of Amphipolis creaked open amid the bitter northern wind, an eerie hush fell over all the townsfolk. Instead of the brutal Spartan conqueror they had feared, they were greeted by a weathered general with clear yet profound eyes. He carried neither chains nor whips. Standing in the city square, he delivered a historic speech in a magnetic, gentle voice. His name was Brasidas, an extraordinary general who shattered all stereotypes of the Spartans and stood out as a remarkable figure in the Peloponnesian War. Tonight, let us sit by the flickering fire and wander through his life with this tale. When we speak of Sparta, we often picture Leonidas fighting fiercely at Thermopylae, a spectacle of near-destructive heroism. Yet Brasidas chose an entirely different path. He preferred to study his foes under the cover of night, breaking down the defenses of city-states through strategy and eloquence. Thucydides, the Athenian historian, recorded this formidable adversary with complex descriptions, revealing both admiration and helplessness toward his wisdom. The Athenians feared his spear, but they dreaded his persuasive tongue even more. He wielded a formidable power that blended Spartan discipline with Athenian wit. Nevertheless, this unparalleled genius met a poignant end at the peak of his glory, when he was on the verge of reshaping the course of Greek history. Let us turn back to that era torn apart by war and ambition, and listen to the nocturnal legend of Brasidas. In those days, Spartan society functioned like a rusted yet mighty bronze machine. Anyone who deviated from the Spartan tradition of reticence was deemed an outcast. In his youth, Brasidas lingered on the fringes of this rigid system. He possessed the robust build and sharp gaze of a standard Spartan warrior, yet he was fonder of reading and reflection. While his fellow soldiers engaged in endless mechanical combat drills in the barracks, he would often sit alone on the rocky shore late at night, watching the ebb and flow of the tides. He keenly realized that Sparta's traditional tactic of head-on charges had fatal flaws when confronting the cunning Athenian navy. War soon proved his concerns valid. After Sparta suffered a crushing defeat at Pylos, countless elite warriors were taken prisoner, plunging the Council of Elders into unprecedented panic. The arrogant elders stared at one another in deadlock during late-night meetings, none daring to step forward to save the city. Amid the suffocating silence, Brasidas rose slowly. His voice remained calm and resolute, echoing across the vast hall. Instead of requesting more heavy infantry, he proposed a daring plan. He would lead a troop of marginalized soldiers to launch a surprise attack on Athens' northern rear. The elders eyed him with doubt and wariness, for they could not fathom the wisdom shining in his eyes. With no other choice amid the crisis, they granted him command. Leading a motley army of exiles, Brasidas set off on his lonely expedition. From the very start, Brasidas received insufficient supplies from his homeland. Trapped in a desperate situation with little food or reinforcements, he had to carve out a path for himself. He led his ragtag army of slaves and mercenaries silently across the rugged mountains of Thessaly. Along the way, numerous hostile city-states lay in ambush, waiting to strike down this isolated force. Yet Brasidas demonstrated extraordinary diplomatic talent. Upon arriving at each settlement, he would remove his helmet and enter the council chamber alone. Sitting down to share local ale with the wary chieftains, he explained the situation in a mild and humble tone. "We come not to conquer you," he told them. "We are messengers of freedom, here to release you from the heavy tax burdens imposed by Athens." His sincerity and incisive reasoning persuaded those who had prepared to fight to lay down their weapons one after another. With his gift of speech, he forged a passage through the tight enemy lines. Conquest by words proved far more effective than any spear. Word of his unorthodox ways soon reached Sparta via spies, stirring deeper jealousy and unease back home. The council began to deliberately withhold promised supplies, fearing that Brasidas would build an independent domain in the north beyond their control. Undeterred by distrust from his homeland and heavy enemy forces ahead, Brasidas remained unperturbed. He focused all his attention on Amphipolis, the strategic stronghold in the north, which served as Athens' main source of wealth and timber. On a bitterly cold night with heavy snowfall, the entire city lay fast asleep, never expecting an army to march through such harsh weather. Brasidas led his warriors across the frozen river like phantoms and silently neutralized the outposts on the city's periphery. When the first light of dawn pierced the snow clouds, the people of Amphipolis were horrified to find their city surrounded by Spartan troops. As the Athenian commander prepared for a desperate defense, Brasidas sent an envoy with a set of remarkably lenient surrender terms. He promised that if the city severed ties with Athens, all residents' property would be fully protected, and everyone could choose to stay or leave with all their belongings. These terms shook the city to its core. Ordinary townsfolk found the Spartan general more benevolent than their former rulers. Through this bloodless contest of wits, the gates of Amphipolis slowly swung open. Without shedding a single drop of blood, Brasidas seized Athens' vital stronghold in the north. This quiet victory threw politicians in Athens into panic and pushed Brasidas to the height of his fame across the northern lands. Unable to tolerate the total loss of the north, the Athenians dispatched Cleon, their most radical and ruthless hawkish general, at the head of a massive elite fleet to launch a counterattack. A fiery orator who roused the crowds with roaring speeches in the marketplace, Cleon burned with a thirst for revenge, determined to crush Brasidas completely. The two armies lined up on the plains outside Amphipolis. Gleaming bronze armor of the well-equipped and numerous Athenian soldiers glittered under the sun, creating a stark contrast with Brasidas' composure. Standing on the city wall, Brasidas observed the enemy formation calmly, seeing straight through the nature of the war. He noticed disarray caused by Cleon's arrogance, especially a subtle gap between the shields of soldiers on the Athenian left flank as they shifted positions. A detail invisible to most, it was the only chance fate offered him. Descending from the wall, he handpicked 150 elite Spartan fighters and gathered them in the narrow passage behind the city gates. Looking at these weary yet resolute warriors who had followed him on the long campaign, he made no impassioned battle speech. Instead, he gently patted each man on the shoulder. "The northern winds will remember our names after tonight," he said. "Let us bring this long night to an end." The massive gates crashed open. Like a flash of red lightning, Brasidas charged straight for the fatal gap in the Athenian lines, plunging the battle into fierce chaos in an instant. The surprise strike struck the Achilles heel of the Athenian army. Cleon's arrogance quickly turned to terror, and the Athenian ranks collapsed in a widespread rout. Fighting at the forefront, Brasidas swung his spear amid the chaotic enemy troops. His red cloak flared like a flame in the darkness, guiding his fellow Spartans forward. Yet no warrior is safe from stray missiles on the battlefield. While pursuing the fleeing foes, an unseen projectile pierced deep into his chest. Blood soaked his tunic beneath the armor, and a cold numbness spread rapidly from the wound through his whole body. His men rushed over in alarm, intending to carry him back to safety, but Brasidas waved them off with his last strength. Bracing himself upright with his shield as blood dripped onto the northern soil, his gaze remained fixed firmly on the front lines. He did not relax until cheers erupted, announcing the death of Cleon and the total defeat of the Athenian army. A faint relieved smile crossed his lips. Slowly, his eyes closed. Amid the sorrowful sobs of his subordinates, Sparta's most unconventional and brilliant general breathed his last breath in the cold northern wind. He did not perish in the quiet chamber of the council back home, but on the northern battlefield he had forged with tolerance and wisdom. After Brasidas' death, the people of Amphipolis held the grandest state funeral in the city's history. They buried him in the heart of the central square and erected a magnificent statue at his tomb, honoring him as the city's second founder. Even his Athenian adversaries, out of deep respect for his character and wisdom, included tributes to his honor in the subsequent armistice treaty. In his short life, Brasidas answered a profound question that puzzled countless Greek thinkers: does true strength lie in violent destruction, or in rational conquest? He infused Sparta's harsh, rigid martial order with compassion and wisdom, proving that words and strategy could also rewrite destinies. Today, his statue has crumbled into dust, and the ancient walls of Amphipolis lie in ruins overgrown with weeds. Yet the name of Brasidas endures like a lone bright star, forever hanging in the turbulent night sky of ancient Greece. The story has reached its end. The bitter northern winds have died down, and the brutal civil war of ancient Greece has long faded into the river of time. The fire in the room has dwindled to thin wisps of smoke, dispelling the last traces of turmoil and leaving you in peaceful stillness. Let go of all your thoughts. Brasidas' expedition has come to a perfect close, and your peaceful dreams are about to begin. Good night. In the council hall of Sparta, a place embodying supreme military authority, frenzied uproar hung thick in the air. Young generals banged their bronze shields, their eyes burning with lust for blood as they shouted to wipe Athens off the map of Greece forever. Yet upon the central throne sat an elderly man worn down by years. He gripped the scepter of power tightly in both hands, his gaze devoid of joy, filled instead with boundless sorrow and loneliness. This was Archidamus II, undisputed king of Sparta and the sole rational mind who kept his wits amid the city-state's collective madness. Tonight, let us sit beside the flickering fire and follow this tale to learn the true story of his life. Here lies an incredible paradox of fate. A brutal 10-year war was named after him, the Archidamian War. But records hidden deep in history reveal that Archidamus II had fought relentlessly to prevent the conflict until the very last moment before its outbreak. He saw through the alluring slogans, recognizing the bottomless abyss that would swallow everyone, and understood that a clash between Sparta and Athens was doomed to end in mutual ruin. Caught in the fierce struggle between doves and hawks, his voice of reason was drowned out by the thunder of war drums. In the end, he had to don his helmet and lead an expedition that his soul utterly opposed. Overwhelmed by the current of his times, he endured immense helplessness, composing a dark portrait rich with humanity and tragic beauty. Now let your restless thoughts settle to this gentle rhythm, and turn back the clock to that long night before the storm broke. To understand Archidamus II's reason and restraint, we must first look back at the devastating earthquake that nearly destroyed Sparta early in his reign. The disaster struck in the dead of night. Mount Taygetus collapsed violently, and countless magnificent stone buildings crumbled into deadly ruins in an instant. More than 20,000 Spartans were buried beneath the debris in their sleep. Worse still, tens of thousands of long-oppressed Helot slaves rose up in furious rebellion, armed with farm tools. As wails echoed across the city, military formations collapsed, and many even gave up all hope of resistance. Archidamus II, then in his prime, displayed extraordinary composure. Instead of panicking or succumbing to grief over lost loved ones, he walked calmly toward the ruined square. Covered in dust, he lifted a military trumpet and blew it with all his strength. The deep, mournful note cut through the clouds of dust and lingered over the wreckage. At the familiar sound, surviving Spartan soldiers cast aside their fear of the natural disaster and gathered instinctively toward the royal banner. Standing atop a mound of rubble with dust coating his armor, Archidamus II held the crumbling morale of Sparta steady with a gaze as sharp as cold steel. Thanks to his extraordinary calm and resolve amid the ruins, he led the remaining troops to repel the surging slave rebellion and pulled the entire city-state back from the brink of annihilation. This harrowing experience left an indelible mark on Archidamus II. He understood better than anyone how fragile a great empire could be in the face of destruction, and what a heavy price must be paid to maintain stability and peace. Decades later, as Archidamus II entered his twilight years, Sparta faced a crisis even more ruinous than the earthquake. Corinth, an allied city-state, stirred up war out of conflicts of interest with Athens. Its representatives delivered inflammatory speeches in the Spartan council, claiming that Sparta was unworthy to lead the Peloponnesian League. The younger faction and ambitious Ephors were stung to the quick. Fists raised, they demanded an immediate declaration of war against Athens. Amid the universal frenzy, the white-haired Archidamus II rose slowly, leaning on his scepter. His eyes brimmed with sorrow and profound wisdom. He delivered a lengthy speech tinged with prophetic foresight in a steady tone that carried weight with every word. "I have fought in countless battles throughout my life," he said. "The elders here know well the cruelty of war. We must not rush into danger out of wounded pride." He paused, his deep eyes sweeping over every young face. "Do you believe this will be a swift campaign ending in mere months? I fear we shall bequeath this prolonged war as a heavy burden to our unborn descendants." With detailed analysis, he pointed out the vast gaps between Sparta and Athens in wealth, naval power and supply lines, trying to douse the flames of fanaticism with rationality. Yet reason stood no match against power struggles. Young generals mocked the aged king behind his back, calling him a timid and feeble peacemaker who yielded to Athens. One night in his chamber, Archidamus II listened to the war songs of young soldiers outside. A loneliness and weariness he had never known washed over him. He knew his wisdom could no longer guide his people. To seize the last faint chance for peace, Archidamus II resorted to secret late-night diplomacy, drawing on his long personal friendship with Pericles, the leader of Athens. He knew Pericles was also a statesman who valued reason. The two most powerful elders in the Greek world exchanged frequent messages via secret messengers after dark. In letters written by moonlight on parchment scrolls, Archidamus II set aside hostilities between the city-states and spoke as an old friend, discussing ways to avoid catastrophe through disarmament and compromise. Tragically, individual reason could never halt the massive machinery of state driven by blind collective interests. Stheneladas, a hawkish Ephor, soon discovered the king's maneuvers. At a crucial assembly of all citizens, he shattered all of Archidamus II's efforts with crude, brief words. "I care nothing for the lengthy excuses of the Athenians," he roared. "I only know they have wronged our allies. Sparta lives by the sword and blood. Declare war." His words ignited wild fervor among the crowd. War chants resounded, and the declaration of war passed by an overwhelming majority. Archidamus too stared at the parchment bearing the order, his hands trembling slightly, not from fear, but from profound disappointment in humanity and a sense of tragic destiny. All his schemes, wisdom and steadfast pursuit of peace were crushed by the blind ambition of his era. He became a prisoner of his own homeland. It was one of the most heart-wrenching scenes in ancient Greek history. By Spartan law of dual kingship, Archidamus II, as military commander, had to lead the army into battle once war was declared. On the morning of departure, dark clouds loomed overhead. The elderly king put on his heavy bronze armor, which he had not worn for years. His crimson commander's cloak fluttered wildly in the bitter autumn wind. Spear in hand, he stood upon the great war chariot. Though outwardly calm, his heart was bleeding. Every step forward drew him further away from the belief in peace he had upheld all his life. The army marched slowly into Attica, the land of Athens. Archidamus deliberately dragged his feet and lingered for days at Eno, a fortress on the border. His men grumbled, yet only the king knew his delay was a last-ditch effort to give Athens time to reconsider and return to the negotiating table. When he finally had to order the destruction of olive groves and farmlands outside Athens, he watched crops burn to ashes beneath thick smoke that blotted out the sky. Silent tears streamed down his wrinkled cheeks and soaked his cold bronze face guard. While the fanatical soldiers cheered at the ruin of Athens' livelihood, Archidamus saw in the smoke the future ruins of Greek civilization. Tormented by misunderstanding and abuse from within, and curses and hatred from the enemy, he endured years of relentless spiritual suffering. By the third year of the war, prolonged mental torment and grueling campaigns had worn away the last of the elderly king's health. During a long siege, Archidamus too collapsed in his military tent. His face was gaunt, his breath shallow and labored. As his life ebbed away, a tear still lingered in the corner of his eye. He held his son's hand beside his bed and whispered his final words. He spoke not of capturing cities or winning glory, but stared vacantly at the top of the tent and murmured, "Bring this insane war to an end." He breathed his last quietly in the cold, lonely camp of the north at nearly 70 years old, leaving behind unfulfilled wishes and lifelong misunderstanding. Shortly after his death, a devastating plague swept through Athens, while Sparta exhausted its finest generation of warriors in the endless stalemate. The entire Greek world slipped into irreversible decline. Archidamus II's passing meant the loss of the last force of reason in Greece. Every grim prophecy he had voiced in the council chamber came true in the decades that followed. His life was a classic ancient tragedy, blessed with foresight, yet powerless to stop the approaching doom, destined to perish alongside his era in solitude. And so Archidamus II's life ended amid silent sighs in the night. There were no grand triumphal processions, only widespread devastation and lingering echoes. History often glorifies conquerors who bring destruction, leaving those who strive to preserve peace to endure eternal loneliness. Standing today among the ancient ruins of Greece and looking back on that age of fanaticism, we come to truly appreciate Archidamus II's greatness. He left behind no monuments built on bones, but a steadfast light of reason, precious in any era of madness. A true hero is not merely a brave warrior charging into battle, but also the lonely soul who reaches out to halt the oncoming tide of destruction, even when knowing it cannot be stopped. The story has now reached its end. The Peloponnesian War, which claimed countless lives and wealth, has long faded into the dust of history. The drums of Sparta have fallen silent forever, and the night sky of the north has regained its tranquility. All grievances and pains have faded with time. The fire in the chamber has died down completely, leaving only a faint warmth. Breathe gently and let go of all your worries. Archidamus II's lonely stand is over, and your peaceful dreams are about to begin. Good night. As the grand doors of the banquet hall in the Persian Empire slammed shut deep into the night, the rich aroma of wine hanging in the air froze instantly. Several Greek generals, who had just been toasting and laughing with the Persian governor, suddenly found countless guards clad in luxurious silk drawing their cold scimitars all around them. Faced with this sudden betrayal, their leader did not panic or shout like ordinary men. Instead, with calloused hands hardened by years of wielding swords, he calmly straightened his Greek robes. This was Clearchus, the proud and ruthless Spartan mercenary commander, and the spiritual pillar of 10,000 homeless Greek soldiers known as the 10,000. Tonight, by the glow of the flickering fire, let us follow this story and explore the life he lived, a tale we may keep gently in our hearts. His life was a tragic paradox. Clearchus had spent most of his years on the battlefield, trapped in countless deadly encirclements time and again. Yet time after time, his icy resolve and sharp wits had carved a path to survival. This formidable warrior, feared across the entire Eastern Empire, did not fall in fair combat behind shields and spears. Instead, he met his end at the hands of the Persian governor, whose warm smile was nothing but a mask, trapped inside a lavish feast specially set for his murder. To this day, people still wonder, why would a seasoned Spartan general, who had navigated dangers and plots all his life, trust the enemy's promises of peace at the most critical moment? This was far more than a simple assassination. It was a fatal clash between two civilizations and their ways of rule. For a warrior bred for battle, stepping into the intricate political schemes of the East was a fate he could never escape. Now let the worries of the day fade away with this soft narration. Close your eyes, and let your mind drift back to that turbulent age of sand, gold, and betrayal. Clearchus carried within him the typical Spartan obsession with war, almost to an extreme. When the long Peloponnesian War finally came to an end across ancient Greece, most warriors laid down their weapons and returned to farm their lands. But peace left Clearchus overwhelmed by emptiness and agony. Historians once wrote that he was a fighter who would spend his own fortune just to find a new war. For him, peace was nothing but a long, bitter torment. His aloof, harsh and unyielding nature made it nearly impossible for him to get along with common folk, or even the Senate of his homeland. While serving as governor of Byzantium, his cruelty and authoritarian rule grew so severe that he even defied direct orders from Sparta. In the end, he was exiled forever, a wanderer with no home to return to. It was at his lowest and loneliest hour that Cyrus the Younger, young prince of Persia, came to him. Bringing chests brimming with gleaming gold, Cyrus invited Clearchus to raise a force of Greek mercenaries for a reckless campaign to seize the Persian throne. Clearchus agreed without hesitation. To him, gold was merely a means to sustain his army, returning to the fire and blood of battle was the only salvation for his soul. He soon recruited 10,000 heavy infantrymen, men who had also grown adrift in peacetime. Under the command of this stern veteran, these ordinary soldiers embarked on one of the greatest marches in human history. By then Clearchus was nearly 60. Scars lined his face, and years had etched deep wrinkles upon it. The fervor of youth was long gone, replaced by a quiet calm born from a lifetime growing numb to death and peril. The advance of the 10,000 deep into Persian territory was like a sharp Greek spear stabbing into the seemingly mighty yet bloated body of the Eastern Empire. Clearchus ruled his army with absolute, at times brutal, authority. His men whispered among themselves that the general's expression on the battlefield was colder than the winter wind. He never smiled at his soldiers and showed no mercy when punishing wrongdoing. Still, in this strange and perilous land, whenever ambushes or desperate situations arose, the sight of his tall, steadfast figure alone filled their hearts with a strange sense of security. Yet fate dealt Clearchus a cruel blow at the Battle of Cunaxa. Though the Greek mercenaries on the right wing fought brilliantly, routing the Persian royal army completely, their employer Cyrus the Younger met a tragic end. Blinded by recklessness, the young prince was slain by the royal guards on another part of the battlefield. Victory turned to hollow despair in an instant. Clearchus and his 10,000 men realized they would never receive the promised pay. Stranded thousands of miles from home, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of pursuing Persian troops, with unknown rivers and barren deserts blocking their way forward, they became a band of forgotten outcasts. Faced with this catastrophic disaster, Clearchus hid his shock and despair perfectly. Slowly drawing his sword, he spoke to his officers in a low yet clear voice. "Spartans do not beg for survival. If we must die, let us die on the road home." His unshakable reason and fortitude became the only lifeline for the 10,000 men trapped in despair. He began leading the army north, fighting their way through endless encirclements. The Persian king and his new satrap Tissaphernes soon realized that defeating this elite Greek force in open battle would cost them unbearable losses. The Greek infantry, standing tight behind bronze shields and long spears, was like a porcupine covered in quills. Every Persian cavalry charge ended with bodies strewn across the ground. Thus the cunning Tissaphernes set aside his weapons and turned to the Eastern Empire's most dangerous weapon, intrigue and deception. He sent envoys to the Greek camp bearing offers of peace, claiming the Persian king meant them no harm. He even promised ample food and a safe passage home. As a gesture of goodwill, he invited Clearchus and the leading Greek officers to a grand feast in the Persian camp to resolve their misunderstandings. Inside the Greek camp's war tent, the younger officers were deeply suspicious. They argued fiercely, certain this was a trap from which no one would return. But even the calm and rational Clearchus fell victim to human weakness in that moment. Exhausted from endless hardship and burdened by the weight of responsibility for his men, he found himself yearning for peace. He longed more than anything to lead these young soldiers safely back to Greece. This rare tenderness and anxiety of an elder blurred his normally sharp political instincts. Overruling all objections from his officers, he looked at them and said in a steady, unyielding tone, "If we lack the courage even to negotiate, we shall surely perish and turn to bones in this desert." It was the fateful decision of his life. Accompanied by several key generals including Xenophon, he stepped calmly out of the safety of the Greek defenses, walking steadily toward the death trap woven from gold, silk and fine wine. When Clearchus and his men entered Tissaphernes' magnificent war tent, they were stunned by its unparalleled luxury. The ground was covered with thick Persian silk carpets that made no sound underfoot. Precious exotic incense burned in the air, while graceful maidens moved about, holding exquisite golden goblets filled with wine. Wearing a crown studded with gemstones, Governor Tissaphernes greeted them with the warmest, most sincere smile. He stepped forward eagerly, took Clearchus' rough, calloused hands, and led him to the seat of honor. Amber wine glimmered in the golden cups, and delicate Eastern dishes were served one after another. Tissaphernes praised Clearchus' unmatched bravery on the battlefield in soft, fluent words, repeatedly swearing that Persia would always cherish its friendship with the Greeks. Drunk on wine, incense and hollow compliments, the Greek generals gradually let their guard down. Their faces flushed, and the tension that had weighed on them for months finally eased for a brief while. Only Clearchus sat rigid and alert. Though he drank the wine offered to him, his deep, weathered eyes never stopped watching the overly attentive Persian nobles around him. He noticed that the Persian patrols outside the tent were quietly closing in. Amid the sweet scent of silk and incense, he caught a faint cold tang of leather and metal. The instincts forged through a lifetime of life-or-death struggles sent a chill through his heart. He knew he had let his guard down after all. This feast was never a beginning of peace, but a funeral prepared just for them. The instant he rose to draw his sword and sound the alarm, the smile on Tissaphernes' face vanished, replaced by a look of icy cruelty. Seated on his throne, the governor clapped his hands softly. The crisp sound echoed like a funeral bell, shattering the false peace within the tent in an instant. At the clap, heavy silk curtains around the tent were torn open. Countless Persian assassins wielding gleaming scimitars surged forward like phantoms in the night. Still drowsy from the wine, the Greek generals had no time to cry out before they were pinned down on the silk carpets. Cold blades slit their throats, and blood gushed out, staining the gorgeous carpets a glaring dark red. In the chaos, Clearchus slammed over the heavy wooden table before him with tremendous strength, knocking down the first two attackers. His right hand darted to the Spartan short sword at his waist. But Tissaphernes had planned every detail to ensure no resistance. Dozens of heavily armored Persian warriors rushed in, pinning the aging general against the table with massive bronze shields. Countless sharp spears crossed to hold down his arms and press against his throat. His strength faded under the relentless restraint. He looked at the bodies of his young comrades beside him, their faces frozen with grief and despair. Memories of countless nights on the battlefield, and faces of those he had treated harshly in the past, flashed through his mind. As a true warrior, he did not rage and accuse Tissaphernes of betrayal. He knew well that in this land ruled by desire and intrigue, betrayal and killing needed no excuses. For the defeated, the price was always life. Bound tight with heavy iron chains, Clearchus was dragged out of the tent filled with wine and blood. He was taken to the execution platform of the Persian king, the ultimate court of judgment. The mighty warrior who had fought across Greece for half his life met his end in humiliation. His misplaced trust wrote a tragic and lamentable conclusion to the first chapter of the 10,000's journey. Clearchus was dead. His head was hung high on the walls of the Persian royal palace for vultures to feast upon, while his body was abandoned in the barren dunes, with no grave and no funeral rites. Tissaphernes believed that with their leader gone, the 10,000 Greek soldiers would fall apart, becoming helpless prey. Yet the schemers of the East could never truly understand the spirit of Spartan discipline and Greek civic virtue. After a brief period of shock and despair, a young man named Xenophon stood up beside the campfire at night and rallied the remaining troops. Wiping away their tears, the 10,000 soldiers carried forward Clearchus' unyielding resolve and fortitude. For an entire year, they crossed snow-capped mountains and fought off endless raids by foreign tribes. In the end, they caught sight of the blue waters of their homeland sea, against all odds. Though Clearchus had fallen halfway on the journey home, his proud, unbroken and resilient spirit had taken deep root in every soldier's heart. It was this spirit that guided them to achieve one of the greatest acts of survival in history. Today, the magnificent Persian war tent has long turned to dust in the desert. Tissaphernes' plots and smiles exist only as faded words on old pages. The blood spilled on battlefields and the plots woven through long nights have all settled into quiet dust as time flows on. The night wind across the Persian plains has died away, and the stars in the distant sky shine with eternal tranquility. All turmoil and sorrow have vanished into the quiet night. The fire has grown dim, leaving only a gentle warmth in the room. Breathe steadily and let go of all earthly troubles. Close your eyes. Clearchus' march home has reached its end in another form, and your peaceful dreams are about to begin. Good night. As the scorching winds of North Africa and Egypt swirl up endless sand, a ragged army marches slowly along the desolate coastline of the Mediterranean Sea. At the head of these weary Spartan mercenaries stands a short old man whose skin is tanned dark by the blazing sun. His left leg is visibly disabled, making every step an arduous struggle. He has to lean his full weight on a scarred Spartan spear in his hand. No one could have imagined that this poor old man, toiling away in a foreign land for meager military pay and even mistaken for a beggar by the Egyptian pharaoh, was once the uncrowned ruler of the ancient Greek world, the supreme lord who held the fate of Sparta in his hands for 40 long years. This is Agesilaus II, the longest-lived and most uniquely complex legendary king in Spartan history. Tonight, let us follow the flickering firelight and immerse ourselves in this story that lingers gently in our minds to learn about his extraordinary life. How did a crippled prince on the margins of power defy ominous prophecies and seize the supreme throne in Sparta, a military state that prized physical perfection above all else? Why did he choose to sail across the sea and become a pawn of a foreign ruler in his 80s, an age when most people would enjoy their twilight years? History remembers his brilliant tactics on the battlefield, yet few can fathom the loneliness and forbearance hidden deep in his heart for half a century. Now let the noisy thoughts fade away with the slow and soothing narration. Close your eyes, and let your mind drift back to that era filled with iron and blood, intrigues and the afterglow of the setting sun. In Sparta at that time, physical disability was an inescapable curse. According to ancient Spartan laws, every newborn had to undergo a rigorous physical examination by the Senate. Any infant born with deformities or disabilities would be ruthlessly cast into the deep valleys of Mount Taygetus. When Agesilaus came into the world, his left leg was congenitally stunted, leaving him lame. In the eyes of the Spartans, who worshipped martial prowess and sound physique, this was seen as a sign of misfortune and weakness. Though his royal blood saved him from being abandoned, he was completely excluded from the line of succession. He was sent to live among commoners and endure the brutal military training known as the agoge, a regime akin to hell. Inside the training grounds rife with whippings, hunger, and cruelty, young Agesilaus endured unimaginable humiliation and oppression. Taunts from instructors and fellow trainees haunted him every single day. Yet this lame boy displayed astonishing endurance and fortitude. He never complained or shed a tear. Whenever others ostracized him because of his disability, he would train relentlessly alone late into the night. He pushed his deformed left leg to the limit, forcing himself to run as fast as the able-bodied, and endure more pain and hunger than anyone else. Years of suppression and self-discipline taught Agesilaus to conceal all his ambitions and resolve behind a meek and humble exterior. He showed utmost respect to arrogant elders and obeyed fierce generals without question. The entire city-state came to believe that this disabled prince was harmless and easy to manipulate. Little did they know, beneath his downcast and docile gaze burned an unyielding fire that would one day overturn the old order of Sparta. When the Spartan king passed away suddenly, the sole heir Leotychides became entangled in a scandal claiming he was an illegitimate child, throwing the balance of power into turmoil. Lysander, the brilliant general who held actual military and political power over Sparta, sought a puppet with no solid influence to ascend the throne and sustain his own rule. His eyes fell on the unassuming lame young man who always appeared timid and compliant. Relying on his immense prestige across the state, Lysander even reinterpreted the ancient oracle warning that, "A lame king shall not rule Sparta." He addressed the citizens, arguing that the prophecy referred to a flawed royal lineage rather than a physical disability, and insisted that Agesilaus was the purest heir who abided by tradition. Persuaded by his impassioned speech, the Senate finally yielded. Amid widespread doubt and astonishment across the city, Agesilaus limped his way up to the dual throne symbolizing supreme authority in Sparta. Yet on the very morning after his coronation, Agesilaus too cast aside the gentle mask he had worn for 30 years, revealing iron resolve that chilled Lysander to the bone. Drawing on the great popularity he had gained during his days of commoner training, he bypassed Lysander's power network. He made generous compromises to the Senate and Ephorate, winning their full support for his command of the army. By the time Lysander realized the puppet he had installed had grown into an unfathomable political giant, it was already too late. The once formidable general was gradually sidelined, and eventually died alone in an insignificant skirmish. Having outwitted everyone with extraordinary forbearance, Agesilaus too stood atop the military empire. A new era ruled by this lame, wolf king, dawned coldly over the Greek world. After ascending the throne, Agesilaus too pushed Spartan military expansion to its peak, earning a reputation as the most fearsome war machine in all of Greece. He led his troops across the Aegean Sea to launch raids against the Persian territories in Asia Minor. Despite his royal status, he lived the same harsh life as ordinary soldiers. He slept on hard dirt ground and ate coarse barley porridge fit for slaves. His red cloak was patched all over, and his sandals worn thin. His extreme frugality and unyielding warrior spirit inspired all Spartan soldiers to fight to the death, for they saw in him the embodiment of Sparta's ancient virtues. Tragically, the harder one strives to defend something, the faster it may crumble. Sparta's long-standing hegemony and ruthless rule united the rest of Greece against it. Thebes, Athens, and Corinth formed an unprecedented alliance to counter Sparta. Their most formidable adversary was Epaminondas, the gifted Theban general who mastered both human nature and warfare. At the Battle of Leuctra, a battle that decided the fate of Greece, Epaminondas deployed the innovative oblique formation, shattering the invincible traditional phalanx of Spartan hoplites. It was the most devastating defeat in Sparta's centuries-long history. 400 elite Spartan citizens were slain within hours, breaking the backbone of the empire. News of the defeat plunged Sparta into utter panic and despair late that night. Women wailed in the streets, and young soldiers prepared to desert. Already advanced in years, Agesilaus too stood alone on the ruined city walls, leaning on his spear. He stared at the countless campfires of the Theban army glowing on the horizon, his heart breaking. The imperial supremacy he had spent 40 years striving to uphold was slipping away like sand through his fingers, irreversible. Sparta was reduced to a second-tier state in Greece after the catastrophe at Leuctra. Even the Messenian serfs, once its main source of labor, rose up to establish their own kingdom. Deprived of laborers, the city's finances collapsed completely, leaving Sparta unable to afford even basic spears and shields. In this dark hour when dignity was lost and survival hung in the balance, the 80-year-old Agesilaus too, now white-haired and frail, made a decision that shocked and saddened the whole of Greece. He set aside the noble dignity of a Spartan king and accepted payment from the Egyptian pharaoh to lead mercenaries into civil wars in North Africa. On the morning of his departure, mist shrouded the battered port of Sparta. Supported by young attendants, the elderly king limped unsteadily onto a wooden ship bound for Egypt. The rough waves of the Mediterranean lashed his weathered face covered in age spots. As his hometown faded into the distance, overwhelming sorrow and loneliness welled up inside him. He knew full well that his youthful ambitions and dreams of imperial glory were long gone. Now he was nothing more than an aging man selling his strength and blood in a foreign land just to keep his homeland alive. Upon arriving in Egypt, he faced disdain and mockery from the lavishly dressed Egyptian nobles. Agesilaus too simply pulled his tattered red cloak tighter and limped toward the battlefields of North Africa in calm silence. For the next 2 years, amid the scorching heat and endless sand dunes, the octogenarian king drew on his lifetime of tactical expertise. He helped 2 successive Egyptian pharaohs defeat rebel forces and returned with chest upon chest of gold as military funding. Every coin was stained with his sweat and blood. It was the bitter price he paid, trading his last years of life and the final dignity of a king to mend the broken fate of his homeland. Having secured a large sum of gold for Sparta, Agesilaus too could not wait to set sail for home, longing to return to the city he had protected all his life. Yet fate denied him a triumphant homecoming. The relentless heat of North Africa and grueling military service had drained the last of his vitality. When the ship reached the desolate headland of Menelaus on the Libyan coast, the old king collapsed inside his military tent. His breathing grew shallow and labored with every gasp. It was a starless night. The surging waves of the Mediterranean crashed endlessly against the rocky shore, sending out deep and distant echoes. At the age of 84, Agesilaus too lay quietly on a simple hide mat. His congenitally deformed left leg had long lost all sensation. Trembling with his bony hands, he stroked the spear by his side, a loyal companion marked with countless nicks for most of his life. A complex look, hollow yet profound, lingered in his eyes. His final words were barely audible. He made no arrangements for the gold he had earned nor for the royal succession. Staring blankly at the tent ceiling, he whispered, "Sparta, now we can buy new shields." He breathed his last in the cold, silent night of a foreign land, worn out by exhaustion and fully aware of the inevitable doom awaiting his city. Due to the sweltering weather, his body was preserved in melted wax so that his remains could be transported back home. Once a mighty ruler who commanded respect across Greece, he began his final journey back to Sparta in such an eerie and sorrowful state. Agesilaus too was laid to rest in the ancient burial grounds of Spartan kings. Using the gold he had earned with his life, the state held a grand state funeral tinged with the grief of a fading era. Yet the tide of history would not turn for one man's perseverance. Though the gold bought new spears and shields for a time, it could not halt Sparta's inevitable decline. In the decades that followed, endless internal conflicts drove Sparta to ruin. Eventually, it became nothing more than a historical relic for tourists within the Roman Empire. For 84 years, Agesilaus too fought against his physical disability and struggled against the irreversible fall of his era. He won the throne, but lost to time and the inevitable course of history. His life stands as a classic ancient tragedy, showcasing the greatest endurance and dignity humanity can muster when facing cruel fate. The story has now come to an end. The wars for hegemony that consumed countless heroes and treasures have faded into yellowed pages of history, leaving behind no more pain or chaos. The sands of North Africa have buried the old king's footsteps, and the waves of the Aegean Sea have washed away all bloodshed and betrayal. All grand undertakings and old grievances have vanished into the quiet night. The fire in the fireplace dwindles, leaving only a soft warm glow that fades slowly in the darkness, wrapping around you gently. Close your eyes. Agesilaus II's lame expedition has reached its end, and your peaceful dreams are about to begin. Good night. As the sun set over Sicily, casting its final glow upon the grand ruins of Syracuse, waves crashed against the cold reefs. Decades later, in the shadow of a rundown wooden house in Sparta, an old man with a leaky roof and tattered clothes stared tremblingly at specks of gold dust seeping through the cracks in the stone floor, his breath quick and unsteady. He was never born a thief. On the contrary, his name once stood for miracle and salvation across the Greek world. This was Gylippus, a famed Spartan general who single-handedly saved Syracuse during the Sicilian expedition and shattered the maritime supremacy of the Athenian Empire. Tonight, by the gentle glow of the flickering fire, let us delve into his life. His story presents a profound paradox of human nature. He had stood fearlessly against tens of thousands of Athenian troops, turning an inevitable defeat into victory with sharp wit and superb military tactics. Yet this hero, almost divine on the battlefield, ended his days in disgrace and exile for stealing a small portion of the vast war spoils. Between a savior and a fugitive lies an unfathomable abyss of human frailty and the tragedy of an era. Calm your mind and leave behind the noise of the day. Journey back to ancient Greece, a world filled with ocean waves, bloodshed, and the illusory allure of gold. Gylippus was born under the shadow of scandal and a lifelong quest to redeem his family's honor. His father had once been a royal advisor of high standing in Sparta, but he was exiled after being convicted of accepting bribes from Athens. The entire family was disgraced and humiliated. In Sparta, a society that valued noble lineage and unblemished honor above all else, Gylippus grew up enduring cold contempt from his peers. Though he survived the brutal military training, he was classified as an inferior citizen, forever barred from the core of power and forced to fight and bleed on the most marginal battlefields. Years of repression did not break him. Instead, it carved a quiet gloom and reserve upon his stern face. In the 17th year of the Peloponnesian War, Athens dispatched its largest-ever armada to invade Syracuse in Sicily, intending to seize this wealthy city and bring Sparta to its knees. Pleas for help poured into the Spartan Senate, yet the arrogant elders refused to risk their elite hoplites on a voyage across the sea. They decided to send an insignificant man as a token gesture, and their choice fell on Gylippus, the silent man eager to clear his father's name. The Senate gave him no soldiers, only an empty title of commander, 2 worn rowboats, and not even provisions for the journey. Standing on Sparta's dark shore, Gylippus took up his scarred spear. His eyes were as deep as stagnant water. He knew this expedition was a desperate gamble, his only chance to drag his family's reputation out of the mire. When Gylippus limped onto Sicilian soil, he was confronted with a scene of utter despair. The brilliant Athenian general Nicias had built a massive encircling wall, trapping Syracuse in a deadly siege. Food supplies were exhausted, water sources polluted. Desperate citizens wept before the temples, ready to surrender the city at dawn. Gylippus had no warhorse nor splendid red cloak. Accompanied by only a few hundred mercenaries recruited along the way, he slipped into the doomed city through an unfinished gap in the wall, dressed like an ordinary foot soldier. In the quiet square of Syracuse, he removed his sand-covered helmet, revealing his lean, resolute face and short beard. The local nobles looked on with doubt, unable to believe such a ragged stranger could defeat the mighty Athenian fleet outside the walls. But Gylippus immediately displayed the unyielding strength of Spartan discipline. He delivered no empty speeches, but issued a series of precise defensive orders in a low, unwavering voice. That night, he led the townsfolk to build a second intersecting wall above the Athenian rampart with waste stones, breaking the enemy's encirclement. Defying the nobles' objections, he stripped off his armor and worked side by side with slaves and sailors, hauling heavy stones through the mud. His tireless resolve and flawless command steadied the panicking city. Around campfires late at night, people began to whisper his name. Cast aside by his homeland, Gylippus had quietly become the spiritual savior of tens of thousands in a foreign land. With defenses secured, Gylippus unleashed his long-suppressed military genius and launched deadly night raids against the Athenian army. He knew the Athenians excelled at naval combat but could not deploy their heavy cavalry effectively on Sicily's rugged terrain. On a moonless night amid howling sea winds, he led 2,000 Syracusan fighters familiar with the land to creep toward the Athenian outpost on the high ground. There were no blaring war drums, only the soft sound of footsteps on gravel. Charging ahead, Gylippus swung his spear through the darkness, striking down enemy defenders. The surprise attack was a complete success. The Athenian troops were slaughtered in their sleep, their lines collapsing instantly. Flames engulfed their camps, lighting up the entire Sicilian sky. Next, Gylippus demonstrated his far-sighted naval strategy. He instructed Syracuse's weak navy to reinforce their warships' prows and ram the agile Athenian galleys head-on in the narrow harbor. In the brutal naval battle, countless Athenian vessels shattered and sank beneath the waves. The once unrivaled naval power of Athens was reduced to bronze wreckage floating on the sea. The tables were fully turned. The hunters became the hunted. 20,000 Athenian invaders eventually surrendered, worn out by hunger and despair. Standing on the highest watchtower of Syracuse at dusk, Gylippus looked down at the crowds kneeling and cheering for him. A profound sense of contentment filled his heart. He had finally wiped out his family's shame and risen to the pinnacle of fame across the Greek world. The sweeping victory in Sicily reshaped the course of the Peloponnesian War. Gylippus returned to Sparta in triumph, now a powerful figure whom the Senate dared not overlook. Lysander, Sparta's supreme commander, entrusted him with a top-secret mission vital to the state's fate, to escort a huge sum of war funds secretly provided by Persia. Hundreds of leather sacks were filled with gleaming Persian gold coins and bullion. Gylippus was ordered to deliver the treasure to the underground vault of the Senate, to be reserved for the final campaign against Athens. Yet fate played its cruelest trick when people let their guard down. During the long, quiet voyage by night, Gylippus sat alone in the dim cabin, surrounded by piles of gold sacks. Waves rolled monotonously outside, and the flickering lamplight cast a dreamlike glow over the gold. Memories of decades of poverty, humiliation and disdain flashed through his mind. The cold treatment he endured because of his father's crime, the promotions he missed for lack of money, all these grievances gnawed at his lifelong adherence to Spartan principles, amplified by weariness and wine. Trembling, he drew his dagger and carefully slit the bottom of 30 sacks. He took a few coins from each and hid them in his own bag, then neatly sewed the openings back together, convinced his deed would never be discovered. As dawn broke over the sea, he told himself he was merely claiming what he deserved for his service. Little did he know he had sealed his own doom. Gylippus handed over all the sacks to the ephors in the Senate hall with a proud and relieved smile, certain his theft remained hidden. What he did not know was that the cunning Lysander had placed papyrus notes recording the exact amount of gold inside every sack. That night, as the ephors counted the treasure in the vault, the numbers exposed his deceit. 30 coins were missing, and the subtle stitch marks at the bottom of the sacks told the whole story. The scandal unfolded silently. Only scattered notes lay on the table, accompanied by the ephors' cold sighs. To make matters worse, Gylippus' household slave, overcome with fear, reported the hidden gold stashed beneath the roof tiles. One night, Spartan guards in red cloaks surrounded his house. They found the stolen gold, shaking the faith of the entire city. The elders could not accept that their revered hero was a thief. They revoked his citizenship and sentenced him to death. Without time to put on his commander's armor, Gylippus fled Sparta in ragged undergarments, limping into the dark wilderness. The city he had fought to save had now abandoned him. Gylippus became a homeless wanderer once more, and no city would shelter the savior who stole gold. History never recorded where he died, leaving only a cautionary tale of greed and disillusionment in ancient documents. Though Sparta punished the criminal, the endless flow of foreign gold corrupted its soul over the following decades, leading to irreversible decline. Gylippus' dramatic life stands as a timeless test of human nature. Even the strongest heroic resolve can succumb to the silent erosion of desire in moments of weakness. For 2,000 years, his story has echoed softly in the ears of those chasing fame and fortune long after nightfall. The tale has come to an end. The great storm of Sicily has faded into the dust of history, along with all its chaos and pain. The cold moon over Sicily has set, and the skies above Sparta have grown calm. All grudges and glories have faded into quiet oblivion. The fire in the hearth dies down, leaving a gentle warmth in the room. Let go of all worldly troubles. Close your eyes. Gylippus' long journey is over, and peaceful dreams await you now. Good night. It's 11:30 at night. Spotlights outside the convenience store cast long glimmers across the cold asphalt. A brand new all-black pickup with glaring chrome grille edges backs slowly into a parking spot. Its engine cuts out with a deep, rumbling growl, like a beast finishing its patrol over urban territory. The car door swings open, and out steps a man in a polo printed with a regional HVAC company logo. Weariness lurks faintly in his eyes as he clutches a bulk pack of cheap household toilet paper picked up from the supermarket. He drops the toilet paper mechanically into the truck's 2-meter-long, entirely empty cargo bed. Dubbed the Bill of Desire, this vehicle carried an official price tag of $50,000 back in 2026. That sum even exceeds the full purchase price his parents paid for their first modest house 30 years prior. Amid this bustling late-night cityscape, I'd like to sit with you and strip away every filter plastered by marketing ads. Let us peer past this towering machine to uncover the quiet 7-year size carefully hidden beneath its shine. The man is Carlos, a logistics scheduler buried amid endless spreadsheets at a mid-sized freight firm. His wife Maria works as a regular teacher at a local public elementary school, and their combined income barely scrapes the threshold for middle-class living in their city. Yet nearly every driveway across their neighborhood hosts an imposing pickup truck built to project rugged dominance. The elevated driving position and off-road-ready chassis subtly define what it means to be a successful working-class adult. Day in and day out as he commutes amid streams of such vehicles, a persistent thought gnaws at Carlos. He needs one too, for his family, for social dignity, to prove he hasn't fallen behind in this city. On a bright sunny Saturday afternoon, he walks into a car dealership decked out with colorful festive balloons. The showroom hangs thick with a mix of luxury perfume and fresh leather scent, making Carlos fidget awkwardly in his worn jacket. A neatly trimmed salesman greets him with a warm smile akin to an old long-lost friend. Instead of asking about Carlos's savings or long-term financial plans, he hands over a steaming cup of coffee and poses a hypnotic core question: what monthly payment could you comfortably afford, Carlos? The line acts like a painless injection, numbing Carlos's fear of the towering $50,000 price tag. On the salesman's meticulously calculated worksheet, the $50,000 metal giant is split into 84 tiny monthly payments. Look at this, Carlos, only $754 each month, barely under $800, the salesman speaks in a steady, convincing tone as if granting him a once-in-a-lifetime shot to climb the social ladder. Your application's approved, Carlos, the bank trusts your credit. Those words fill Carlos with vain pride of gaining acceptance into mainstream society. Yet he overlooks, or willingly ignores, the 7% annual interest rate buried within the 7-year contract. Over 84 months, Carlos will pay more than $13,000 in extra interest for a truck worth $50,000. That interest alone could buy his wife a dependable use daily driver or fund their child's future college tuition. As his ballpoint scratches across the contract during signing, Carlos only fixates on the inviting aroma of brand new vehicle leather. He pulls the massive black pickup out of the dealership lot, the salesman's polished, distant smile fading away in the rearview mirror. The truck glints under sunlight while casting a 7-year-long dark shadow over Carlos's future. Resting his palm on the oversized leather steering wheel, he daydreams about the envious stares his coworkers will send the next morning. The thrill of owning a new vehicle rarely lasts longer than 3 months under the cold pressure of monthly bills. At 5:40 on a frigid Tuesday morning, blaring alarms rouse a bleary-eyed Carlos, who climbs back into his pickup's cabin. Weighing 2.5 tons, the gas-guzzling truck only clocks 18 miles per gallon, draining his wallet drastically amid soaring 2026 fuel prices. Nearly $300 vanishes from his bank account at gas stations each month, and this is merely the tip of financial burdens. Due to the vehicle's high valuation, his auto insurance provider automatically deducts another $185 monthly without fail. Carlos grows anxious whenever it rains. Damp weather triggers the check engine light on his wife's decade-old SUV with 140,000 miles on its odometer. Repair bills pile up for the old family car alongside routine maintenance for his premium pickup, with a single set of heavy-duty oversized tires costing enough to make his hands sweat. The moment his monthly paycheck hits his bank account comes a flood of automatic deductions. Auto loans, insurance premiums, gasoline costs, rent and childcare fees chip away at his salary bit by bit until barely any spare cash remains. Once convinced he'd bought a ticket to unrestrained travel and freedom, Carlos now realizes he works full-time solely to pay off the bank's ownership of his truck. True despair rarely stems from catastrophic crises but accumulates gradually within mundane family moments. Over dinner one evening, their young daughter whispers that all her classmates signed up for an out-of-state summer camp organized by school. Maria taps away on her calculator, glances toward Carlos, then gently strokes their daughter's hair and lies that they will sign her up the following year. That night, Carlos sits alone in a pitch-black living room, cigarette embers flickering on and off in darkness. He glances out the window at his towering, spotless pickup parked beside the lawn under moonlight. Over its first full year of ownership, this four-wheel-drive heavy hauler built for rough terrain has only hauled a lawnmower and several sacks of landscaping mulch twice in its empty bed. It has never journeyed to remote wilderness or coastal shores, spending every weekday hauling Carlos's empty lunchbox through congested rush-hour traffic instead. To keep up appearances with his fancy truck, Carlos cancels their wedding anniversary dinner, drops his gym membership and resorts to picking discounted soon-to-expire groceries from convenience store shelves. His household's financial safety margin shrinks to a taut steel wire, ready to snap at the slightest unexpected expense. Worse still, the truck loses $10,000 in market value within its first year, yet most early loan repayments cover only interest, barely chipping down his outstanding principal to the bank. Rewind to the day of purchase. What would happen if Carlos got a second chance? What if he ignored peer pressure from neighbors and the salesman's tempting approval line, opting instead for a plain second-hand Toyota costing $20,000? Lacking polished chrome grilles and an imposing bulky frame, the humble sedan would slash his total monthly vehicle expenses to less than $700. That leaves Carlos with a full $700 in monthly surplus savings. Were he to invest that fixed sum steadily into a basic S&P 500 index fund with an average historical annual return of 8%. By the time gray-haired 65-year-old Carlos retires, his investment would balloon to over $1,004,000. $1 million represents dignified retirement security, a respectable wedding dowry for his daughter and financial confidence to tackle unexpected illnesses without begging others for help. Instead, that prospective $1 million fortune dissipates little by little every time Carlos turns his truck's ignition and hits the gas. Car dealers and banks employ subtle, friendly tactics to trade depreciating metal destined for scrap in 7 years for ordinary people's most valuable decades of wealth accumulation. Night deepens, flickering neon glows outside the convenience store as Carlos carries his toilet paper back toward his massive pickup. He pulls open the driver's door, and the repetitive seatbelt warning chime echoes across the quiet cabin like an ancient clock counting down his remaining freedom. Financial institutions never concern themselves with personal happiness, only punctual monthly bill settlements. Back in 2026, countless everyday Americans like Carlos drive rugged premium trucks yet live precarious hand-to-mouth lives. They trade 7 full years of personal freedom to sustain the hollow illusion of social status until overwhelming living expenses wear them down completely. If you listen to this story late at night, pause and run the numbers in your head before signing tempting long-term loan contracts driven by impulsive desires. Never let cold metal vehicles trap your boundless future under the guise of vanity and affection. Most city lights have faded into darkness, and Carlos's pickup vanishes down the distant street. Close your eyes and drift off to a peaceful night free from endless bills and financial strain. Good night. It's 11:30 at night. Spotlights before the Capitol stretch long glimmers across frigid asphalt. A brand new luxury sedan with pitch-black bulletproof windows eases slowly into a private parking spot. Its engine cuts out with a deep, rumbling growl, like a beast finishing its patrol across the jungle of political power. The car door swings open, revealing Andrew, the seasoned congressman from the Bill of Desire, clad in a custom suit embroidered with an ancient family crest. Subtle weariness lingers in his eyes as he clutches a draft of confidential energy legislation whose clauses steer tens of billions in asset flows. He drops the paperwork mechanically into a velvet-lined premium leather briefcase. Backed by tens of millions of dollars in campaign contributions and lobbying funds, the bill bears an unfathomable hidden transaction price tag set in 2026. That sum far exceeds the total lifetime earnings of ordinary working folks who braved cold winds to cast their votes for him. Amid this orderly, prosperous late-night scene governed by established rules, I'd like to sit beside you and strip away the glittering veneer of political speeches and empty slogans. Let us peer behind the colossal machinery of partisan elections and state governance to uncover the decades of quiet sighs carefully concealed out of sight. Before ascending to the lofty rank of federal congressman admired by outsiders, Andrew once worked as a legislative drafter tapping away at keyboards inside a cramped office. His wife Maria works as a regular history teacher at a local public school, and their combined income barely hits the baseline for urban working-class livelihood. Yet within their social circle, nearly every individual chasing upward political advancement stands backed by obscure financial conglomerates wielding overwhelming monetary clout. The power to command the spotlight and reshape countless lives via legislation implicitly sets the standard for what constitutes a successful elite. Countless late nights staring out at rolling city lights from his office fuel an ever-growing urge inside Andrew. He belongs center stage, to fulfill his aspirations and grand political ideals, and prove he has not fallen behind in this cutthroat contest. On a stormbound Saturday afternoon, he steps into an exclusive private club decked with classical oil paintings and heavy drapes. The air hangs thick with the blended scent of premium cigar tobacco and aged mahogany, pressing invisible unease on Andrew in his affordable off-the-rack suit. A polished financial lobbyist with neatly trimmed whiskers greets him with the warm grin of a worldly elder eager to nurture emerging talent. Instead of asking about Andrew's genuine insights on grassroots livelihoods or his ethical financial frameworks, the lobbyist pours him fine whiskey and poses a hypnotic pivotal question: Andrew, what mental and financial cost can you bear each month to win this election? The line works like a refined painless syringe, dulling Andrew's dread of the heavy financial chains tied to political donations. Within the lobbyist's intricate network of quid pro quo dealings, congressional seats once attainable only through outstanding public credibility are split into voting windows centered around key legislative bills. See here, Andrew, sign off on specific tax exemption provisions, and millions in campaign advertising across mainstream media will cost you nothing out of pocket. The man speaks in a steady, assured tone, as if gifting him a golden ticket to rewrite his fate. You've been selected, Andrew. Wall Street's capital places its faith in your intellect and prospects. Those words inflate Andrew with vanity and pride at being recognized by core ruling circles. Still, he overlooks, or willingly ignores, predatory political usury buried deep inside their multi-year confidential alliance contract. In return for millions in campaign backing, Andrew is bound to sacrifice far greater public interests and fiscal tax projects within congressional committees for years ahead. The interest alone, money originally earmarked for public school construction and worker welfare upgrades, could build dignified retirement safeguards for thousands of families just like his parents. The glow of fresh congressional office seldom lasts past the first legislative cycle when confronted with cold billing demands from financial backers. Early on a frigid Tuesday, alarm bells ring ahead of grueling congressional hearings, and Andrew rubs his tired eyes before settling into closed-door committee deliberations. This massive political apparatus devours public fiscal revenue. Tax loopholes crafted to repay corporate sponsors morph into blatant exploitation of ordinary citizens amid skyrocketing inflation in 2026. Andrew is forced into repeated compromises on energy and financial policies every quarter, merely the tip of all hidden obligations. Entangled vested interests oblige financiers to visit his office monthly without exception, auditing every single vote he casts on legislation. Andrew lives in constant dread of economic downturns, for financial bailout fund diversions will force layoffs and pay cuts at Maria's public school the moment a crisis erupts. Sustaining essential social safety nets clashes with sponsors' demands for his public advocacy, and opposing even a trivial environmental bill may land him with prohibitive costs that leave him sweating nervously. Fresh polling briefings land on his desk monthly, immediately followed by calls from sponsor representatives pressing him to honor secret contractual clauses. Approval ratings, media exposure, partisan infighting, and local unemployment figures grind relentlessly against Andrew's political conscience until little integrity remains. Once convinced election victory granted him legitimate state power to pursue national revitalization and freedom, he now realizes he serves full-time as Wall Street's appointed proxy trapped in their financial framework. Searing political despair rarely erupts from sensational impeachment trials but accumulates amid mundane daily trivialities. Over dinner one evening, Maria mentions quietly that countless working-class children at her school cannot access timely medical care after the collapse of healthcare reform legislation. Andrew swirls his wine glass, meets his wife's worried, questioning gaze, then shakes his head helplessly and spins elaborate excuses predicated on unavoidable political compromise. That night, Andrew sits alone in an unlit study, fireplace flames flickering dimly through darkness. He glances out the window toward the imposing Capitol standing solemn beneath moonlight, the embodiment of supreme legislative authority and legal sanctity. Over years in office, most pivotal bills passed by this all-powerful institution capable of shifting hundreds of billions in capital exist solely to boost asset values and monopolistic dominance for a handful of secretive wealthy clans. It has never meaningfully resolved laid-off workers' hardships nor delivered equitable opportunities for underprivileged students, its sole purpose enabling legalized wealth redistribution via backroom horse trading among political agents. To cling to his coveted congressional title and social prestige, Andrew abandons his initial pledges to protect the underprivileged, scraps affordable healthcare proposals he once championed, and hides public welfare exploitation behind obscure financial jargon during public debates. The fragile balance between grassroots populations and ruling capital stretches thin as a taut wire, ready to snap and shatter public trust entirely at the slightest economic gust. Worse still, internal polling reveals most ordinary constituents have lost faith in him within his first year due to constant interest-driven concessions, yet political debts owed to financial tycoons barely shrink under mounting re-election pressure. Rewind to the afternoon he first stepped foot into the private club. What path would unfold if Andrew could choose again? What if he resisted temptation for the plush green leather seat symbolizing core authority and the lobbyists' tempting assurance of Wall Street's endorsement, choosing instead to build his campaign solely on grassroots donations as an uncorrupted independent statesman? This path yields no prime-time media ad campaigns or lavish cocktail galas with multinational corporate executives, yet every ballot cast for him carries sincere trust from everyday citizens. Freed from monthly oppressive financial repayment checklists, he can voice authentic political opinions unaltered to appease corporate sponsors. Had he poured his early passion and political energy consistently into free community legal aid and labor rights protection, long-term societal progress would compound over time. 30 years later, white-haired Andrew would retire as a revered nonpartisan elder rooted in citizens' hearts, etched into national legal history as a cornerstone of equitable governance. Such lasting historical recognition brings dignified peace of mind in old age, lifelong pride for his wife Maria, and unbowed confidence standing against any concentrated power. Instead, this promising legacy destined for history textbooks crumbles bit by bit with every pro-sponsor vote cast inside congressional halls amid calculated political bargaining over the past several years. Financial oligarchs and political fixers deploy subtle, covert tactics to trade fleeting reputations that vanish upon election defeat for the most precious years of idealism from earnest politicians. Night deepens, lights atop the Capitol's dome flicker faintly as Andrew grabs his briefcase and walks back toward his bulletproof sedan. He pulls open the car door, and the repetitive seatbelt alert chimes inside the quiet cabin like an ancient clock counting down lost personal freedom. Systems forged from cold finance and calculated political arithmetic never care about one's moral integrity, only timely bill fulfillment and votes aligned with capital interests. Back in 2026, countless political operatives like Andrew deliver impassioned grand speeches yet live the constrained lives of marionettes controlled by outside forces. They barter decades of spiritual freedom to prop up hollow slogans claiming service to nation and people, crushed eventually under the combined weight of corporate and institutional demands. If this tale of political and financial bondage reaches you late at night, pause to listen to your inner conscience before signing glossy ideological pledges and binding power contracts. Never allow cold chains of vested interests to chain your full, promising future under the pretext of collective national interests. Washington's hustle and bustle fades away completely, and Andrew's sleek black armored sedan vanishes down damp, frigid streets. Close your eyes and drift off to undisturbed sleep free of political lies and financial obligations. Good night. Here is the English translation of the content you provided, without numbers or titles. On a November afternoon in 1940, a drizzling rain fell over Manhattan, New York. A gentleman with a gaunt face and deep, profound eyes, dressed in a Republican-era style, slowly walked into the cloakroom of the Sherry Netherland Hotel. He quietly sat down on a chair, took a pistol from his pocket, and aimed it at his right ear. With a bang, the king of speculators, who had once made all of Wall Street tremble, ended his life full of destiny. Tonight, let us accompany the gently flickering flames in the fireplace, and this story you don't need to remember, as we walk through his true life. His name was Jesse Livermore, the greatest short seller in the history of Wall Street. In that era filled with speculation and frenzy, he went bankrupt 4 times and miraculously rose from the ashes 4 times. At the beginning of the Great Depression in 1929, when everyone was plunged into the despair of ruin, he made a fortune of $100 million by shorting the market. That was a staggering amount of wealth, enough to buy several small countries at the time, earning him the title, the Lone Wolf of Wall Street. Yet, this genius, who understood every pulse of the market and held the ultimate code to wealth, ultimately chose a bullet as the finale to his life. In the suicide note he left for his wife, he wrote these words, "My life has been a failure. This is a relief for me." Why did the pinnacle of wealth not bring him lasting peace, but instead push him into an abyss of irresolvable emptiness and loneliness? The night is long tonight. Let us set aside all worldly distractions and, in this low, slow narrative, touch the soul of that man who struggled in solitude a century ago. Let us turn the hands of time back to that blood-red autumn of 1929. On October 24th, the New York Stock Exchange experienced the most devastating crash in its history, with countless people's assets vanishing into thin air within hours. The streets were filled with desperate cries, bankers' faces were ashen, and some even leaped to their deaths from the high buildings of Wall Street. But at that moment, in a secluded mansion on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, Jesse Livermore sat quietly before a massive mahogany desk. His face was gaunt, a half-smoked cigar resting between his fingers, his silver-white hair making him look particularly cold and stern under the dim wall lamp. The blackboard in front of him was densely covered in numbers. It was the culmination of a century-defining short position he had meticulously laid out for months. While all of America was buying into the illusion of prosperity like mad, he alone, like a lone wolf lurking in the dark night, had smelled the stench of rotting in the air. That day, his wife cried her heart out at home, because newspapers were full of rumors that Livermore had gone completely bankrupt, and an enraged mob of stockholders was ready to tear him apart. When Jesse Livermore wearily pushed open the door of his home late at night, his wife screamed and hugged him, thinking they would end up on the streets. Livermore gently patted his wife's back and said in an extremely calm, almost emotionless voice, "Darling, we are not bankrupt." He slowly pulled a stack of statements from his coat pocket and softly added, "Today, I just made the most money of my life. $100 million. His wife was speechless with shock, but there was no trace of a victor's joy on Livermore's face, only endless emptiness in his eyes. He turned and looked out the window at the darkness-devoured New York City. The silence of that moment was more suffocating than the exchange floor during the day. He suddenly realized that although he had beaten the market, he had become the enemy of the entire system. Every dollar he earned was stained with the tears of losers. This extreme loneliness of standing against everyone began to gnaw at his heart day and night, like a heavy suit of iron armor he could not take off. He wrote in his diary, "When you win a victory in the market that makes everyone else cry, you don't get happiness, only deeper fear." This loneliness and his keen sense of the market were not accidents, but rooted in his childhood flight and struggle. Let's rewind time another 40 years. On a barren farm in New England, a thin, 14-year-old boy was hoeing the ground under the scorching sun. His father was a strict and stubborn farmer who thought reading was useless and that the only path in life was to sweat on this land until death. His father had planned his life for him, marry a farm girl in a few years, and then toil like an ox or horse until the end. But there was no surrender in the boy's eyes, only a longing for distant places and numbers. Late at night, by the faint light of a kerosene lamp, he would quietly work out math problems from his textbooks. One moonless, deep night, 14-year-old Jesse Livermore secretly packed his only change of clothes and, with his mother's tearful, silent consent, ran away from home. With the only $5 his mother had given him in his pocket, he got onto a rickety carriage bound for Boston. When he first saw the bustling streets and towering buildings of Boston, his blood was set ablaze with a burning desire for the unknown world. He found a job at a stock brokerage firm called Paine Webber, where his duty was to copy the constantly changing stock prices onto a large blackboard. It was a physically demanding job requiring intense focus, endless numbers streaming past the boy's eyes like a tide. Others found it only dull and tedious, but Jesse Livermore saw a strange, living rhythm in those cold numbers. He discovered that these numbers didn't appear randomly, they hid the greed, fear, hope, and despair of humanity. He started carrying a small notebook, recording the daily price fluctuations and his own predictions, running countless simulated trades through his mind. At 15, encouraged by a friend, he used the few dollars he had saved for his first real buy and sell, making $3 in profit. That day, an unquenchable ambition was born in the boy's heart. He understood that he was never meant for the land, but for this world of numbers and games. But what he didn't know then was that this almost pathological obsession with numbers, while granting him untold wealth, would also quietly sever his connection to the warmth of the real world. At the beginning of the 20th century, Wall Street was a lawless, blood-soaked primordial jungle. The young Jesse Livermore quickly made a name for himself. Because he was so consistently successful in the underground bucket shops, winning too much of their money, all the Boston shops blacklisted him. He was forced to take his $2,000 principal and venture alone into the true heart of finance, Wall Street in New York. He was in his prime then, with a gaunt face, a sharp suit, and a habit of never partnering with anyone, which made him seem out of place amidst the noise. During the stock market panic of 1907, Wall Street was paralyzed. Capital dried up, credit completely locked down. At that moment, Livermore once again showed his instinct as a predator. He used all his leverage to frantically short the entire market. That day, the legendary financial titan J.P. Morgan had to send someone to beg him, asking the young short seller to stop his attack and give the market a lifeline. Livermore displayed a chilling restraint in the face of immense fame and fortune. He accepted the request, closing his positions in batches at the bottom and starting to buy. In just one day, he not only saved the market but also made $3 million for himself. He was only 30 years old that year. He began buying luxury yachts and properties in the most expensive neighborhoods of Manhattan, surrounded by countless sycophantic businessmen and socialites. However, the direction of the market is harder to predict than a woman's heart, and extreme confidence is often the beginning of destruction. Just a few years later, in a cotton futures trade, Livermore violated the trading principles he had painstakingly created for himself and blindly followed the inside tip of a so-called expert. That campaign brought him the first devastating blow of his life. Within a few months, millions in wealth had vanished, and he was millions of dollars in debt. In 1915, he was forced to declare bankruptcy, going from a fabulously wealthy mogul to a debtor everyone avoided. Friends left him one by one, his former mansion was auctioned off, and the knocking of creditors at his door was particularly harsh in the dead of night. Livermore sat alone in his cramped rented apartment, looking in the mirror at his haggard, bloodshot-eyed self, feeling destiny's ruthless mockery for the first time. He didn't choose to run away, but forced himself to replay every failed trade, questioning his own soul repeatedly through the night. He discovered that what had truly defeated him wasn't the market, but his own pride, his carelessness, and those uncontrollable human weaknesses. Fate seemed to have a special fondness for this tenacious man. After a period of silent darkness, Jesse Livermore once again had his moment of glory. Relying on his astonishing perseverance and unique understanding of the market, he used a borrowed principal of just a few $100s to storm back through Wall Street in just a few years. He not only paid off all his debts but also moved back into his penthouse on Manhattan's Fifth Avenue, executing his trading rules with an even colder, more mechanical precision. He no longer trusted anyone, listened to no gossip, and didn't even allow employees in his office to make a sound during trading hours. He was like a precision machine, waking up at 5 every morning to study reports alone in his study until late at night. This extremely harsh self-discipline brought him to the peak of wealth, the century-defining short sale of 1929 we mentioned earlier. That $100 million profit was the most brilliant achievement of his life, but also the beginning of the complete unbalancing of his life's scales. When wealth becomes nothing more than a number, Jesse Livermore found he had lost any goal worth fighting for. His second wife was a woman addicted to vanity and alcohol. Their home was filled with endless arguments, betrayals, and cold wars. His sons grew up in an environment starved of fatherly love, distant from each other. The warmth of family became the most unattainable luxury for him. Even worse, after 1929, the United States began adjusting its financial laws and introduced strict regulations. The speculative methods he had once mastered so well were banned one by one. The giant wheel of time rumbled forward. The era of the wild, predatory lone wolf was being replaced by the teamwork of modern financial institutions. Livermore began to feel a never-before-known sense of struggle and confusion. His body also grew weaker due to chronic, intense stress and depression. During several major trades in the 1930s, unable to adapt to the new market ecology, compounded by an irreversible inner despair, he once again faced a series of devastating defeats. His assets began to drain away like sand in an hourglass. And this time, he felt that the unyielding fire inside him had finally gone out. In 1934, he experienced his fourth bankruptcy. The Wall Street newspapers were once again full of mockery and scorn for him. People gathered to watch this former king in his fallen state, like a crowd staring at a dying old beast in a zoo. No one remembered his former greatness. He started frequenting bars, numbing his proud, tormented mind with alcohol, wandering the late-night streets alone. In the winter of 1939, hoping to regain some confidence in life, Jesse Livermore, at his son's suggestion, wrote and published the book, How to Trade in Stocks. He put into the book, without reservation, the trading philosophies and insights into human nature he had summarized over his lifetime. He hoped to prove with this that he still existed, that his wisdom hadn't depreciated along with his vanished wealth. However, the book didn't cause much of a stir in those depressed times. Sales were poor, which dealt him a heavy psychological blow. He began to realize that the world had completely abandoned him. No matter how he struggled, he could never return to his golden age. By 1940, Livermore's depression had developed to an extremely dangerous point. Chronic insomnia had left him a gaunt shadow of his former self. His eyes were no longer sharp and cold, but filled with endless exhaustion and despair, as if his very soul had been drained away. On that tragic November afternoon, as he sat in the cloakroom of the Sherry Netherland Hotel, his thoughts perhaps flashed back to the night he had run away from the farm at 14. Back then, he had nothing, but his heart was full of hope. Now, he had nothing again, but all that remained were memories full of scars. With trembling hands, he wrote his final letter to his wife. It said, "I can't go on. Things have gotten worse and worse." The letter was very short, every word seeming to take his last ounce of strength, filled with a despair and resignation towards the world. That gunshot not only ended the life of a genius but also drew a bloody period on the wildest, purest era of personal speculation on Wall Street. In the most extreme and loneliest way, he voluntarily exited the ruthless game he had played all his life. To this day, his cold, gaunt image remains in the memories of countless traders, an enduring totem of Wall Street that cannot be bypassed. People still study his every word, his every trading logic, trying to find the ultimate shortcut to wealth from his legend. But everyone who truly understands him ends up not with the joy of getting rich, but with a sense of awe for the market and a deep sigh about destiny. The night is already very deep. The rain outside the window seems not to have stopped, and the flames in the fireplace have slowly died down. The life of Jesse Livermore was like a brilliant yet utterly desolate night fire, exploding with the most dazzling light in the darkest sky, only to be extinguished in the cold reality. What he left the world was not just those breathtaking myths of short selling, but also the most profound and cruelest warning about the weaknesses of human nature. Using the ups and downs of his own life, he proved that people can beat the market with wisdom and earn endless wealth with intuition. But without inner peace, without reverence for life, even the mightiest empire of money is just a castle built on sand. With one wave, it leaves no trace. He spent his entire life trying to escape that lonely farm, only to trap himself in an even deeper loneliness in the heart of bustling Manhattan. He longed to conquer fate by conquering numbers, but unknowingly became a prisoner of numbers and desire. Now, the madness of 1929, the legend of the lone wolf of Wall Street, have all drifted away on the wind, turning into cold ink stains on the pages of history. In the quiet of this deep night, as we re-examine the life of Jesse Livermore, perhaps we can understand that true success is not conquering the world, but accepting oneself and finding inner peace. The amount of wealth cannot measure the happiness of a soul. In this world, only love and inner peace are the strongest anchors, keeping us from getting lost in the storms of fate. The story is finished. The troubles of money, desire, and destiny should all be put down at this moment. Let all your anxiety and exhaustion fall asleep with the dying embers of this fire. Please close your eyes, relax your breath, and let the peace of tonight gently wrap around you. Wishing you a warm, peaceful dream. Good night. Here is the English translation of the content you provided, without numbers or titles. In the deep autumn of 1683, late at night, the streets of Paris were tightly shrouded in a layer of cold, thick fog. A shabby carriage, devoid of any royal emblems and escorted by several heavily armed cavalrymen, quietly made its way to the back door of the Saint Eustache Church. Lying inside the carriage was Jean-Baptiste Colbert, the Controller General of Finances of France, who had just taken his last breath. This helmsman of an empire, who had single-handedly supported all the grand ambitions of the Sun King, Louis XIV, with his extreme rationality and cold calculations, chose to be secretly buried in the dead of night. Outside the church, a dense crowd of Parisian commoners gathered, cursing him in low voices through the fog, some even holding sharp stones, ready to smash his coffin. Tonight, let us accompany the gently flickering flames in the fireplace, and this story you don't need to remember, as we walk through his true life. His name was Jean-Baptiste Colbert, the most indispensable architect of mercantilism behind the glorious reign of Louis XIV. In the Versailles court, filled with vanity, hedonism, and bloody intrigue, he was an extremely anomalous presence. He had no noble bloodline, yet countless hereditary dukes lowered their proud heads before him. He was stern and rarely smiled, as cold as a block of ice, earning him nicknames like the North Star and the Marble of the Empire from his contemporaries. This genius, who calculated the wealth of the entire nation and turned the country into a precision clock, revealed his most piercing despair to the king by his bedside at the very end of his life. His final sigh, left to this glorious era, was, "If I had done for God what I have done for this man, I would have been saved twice over." Why did a powerful minister, who pushed rationality to its extreme, ultimately march towards the empty abyss of being hated by the people and alienated by his king? The night is long tonight. Let us set aside the restlessness of the world and, in this low, slow narrative, touch the soul that died alone in the shadow of splendor. The turning point in Jean-Baptiste Colbert's destiny began with a court storm that shook all Europe in 1661. At that time, although France was nominally ruled by Louis XIV, the true financial power lay in the hands of a man named Nicolas Fouquet. Fouquet was the superintendent of finances, immensely wealthy and living a life of extreme luxury, even hosting a feast at his Château de Vaux-le-Vicomte that made the king himself envious. That day, the fountains of Vaux-le-Vicomte sprayed tirelessly into the night sky, fireworks turned the darkness into day, and aristocrats drank and laughed using solid gold cutlery. Yet, in the shadows of the banquet, Jean-Baptiste Colbert stood quietly in the shade of a massive marble pillar. His face was square, his brow marked with an inhuman harshness, his black eyes coldly observing all the decadent extravagance. He wore a simple, even shabby-looking, black woolen robe, completely out of place among the nobles dressed in silks and wigs. His eyes, sharp as swords, pierced through the crowd as he silently calculated the cost of the party in his mind. Every number represented blood drained from the French treasury. Months earlier, he had secretly gathered ironclad evidence of Fouquet's corruption and, over countless nights, had secretly presented this evidence to the young Louis XIV. 3 days later, the storm broke. Fouquet was arrested without warning by the royal guard, his fate sealed by lifelong imprisonment in a cold dungeon. As Fouquet's vast wealth was confiscated and the entire French court was plunged into panic, Colbert slowly walked to the center of power. He took over France's bankrupt finances, but he did not move into Fouquet's luxurious office. Instead, he moved into a stark, simple room with a few wooden tables piled high with ledgers. He sat down under the dim candlelight and, with his cold reason, began to methodically clean up the disastrous accounts left by his predecessor. He suddenly realized that although he had shattered the monster of corruption with the most perfect political maneuvering, he had also personally opened a door to an abyss filled with unknowns and pressure. Because what he now faced was a behemoth even harder to satisfy than Fouquet, the Sun King, who craved deification through gold and war. He wrote in his diary that night, "It is easy to eliminate a greedy minister, but to satisfy the ambition of a king requires burning the very blood of the entire nation." To support the nearly mad grand narrative of Louis XIV, Jean-Baptiste Colbert had to push his rationality to its absolute limit. He began to implement an unprecedented economic order across France, what would later be called mercantilism. In his logic, the total amount of wealth in the world was fixed. For a nation to become strong, it must ensure a continuous inflow of gold and silver while strictly preventing even a single coin from flowing out. To achieve this goal, this cold Controller-General transformed all of France into a massive, precisely operating factory. He sat at his desk every morning at 4 o'clock sharp, lit a single candle, and began his daily battle amidst countless sheepskin parchment bills. He used extremely forceful measures to establish royal manufactories, stealing the secrets of mirror-making from Venice and recruiting the finest silk weavers from Lyon. He even established quality standards that were harsh to the point of being pathological. If a weaver's cloth fell short by a few inches, or the dye wasn't pure enough, he would be locked in a pillory as a public spectacle. Under Colbert's iron fist, French luxury goods, carpets, and glass were exported all over Europe, returning shiploads of heavy gold coins in exchange. He walked down the cold hallways of Versailles, listening to the crisp sound of his boots on the marble floors, yet feeling no emotion within. The hereditary aristocrats cursed him viciously behind his back, calling him the son of a lowly cloth merchant and accusing him of polluting noble French traditions with the cold stench of commerce. Colbert turned a deaf ear to these taunts. His gaze remained calm and indifferent. When faced with pleas from nobles, he wouldn't even lift an eyelid. He knew very well that he had no way back. His power came entirely from the king's trust, and the king's trust depended on whether the treasury was full of gold. Whenever night grew quiet and the balls at Versailles were in full swing, music and laughter drifting through the garden to his study, he would simply sigh silently and light a new candle. Amidst this boundless splendor, he lived like an ascetic hermit, weaving a golden coat for this vast empire with extreme self-discipline and loneliness. He began to understand that he was not just an accountant, but a lonely chess player standing on the crest of the era, using his own strength to fight against the inertia of an entire old world. However, Jean-Baptiste Colbert soon discovered he was trapped in a paradox he could never resolve. Every gold coin he had amassed with such painstaking effort would be squandered by Louis XIV at an alarming rate before it could even warm the treasury. The Sun King wanted to build Versailles, a miracle city built from marble, gold, and the lives of thousands of workers. To divert water to build those magnificent fountains on the swampy ground, countless soldiers died on the construction sites from exhaustion and disease, and the daily expenses were like a silent, endless devouring. Whenever Colbert, holding a thick budget report, tried to persuade the king to curb his desires, Louis XIV would look at him with those proud, cold eyes and calmly utter, "Colbert, this is for the glory of France." Glory. These two words became the heaviest shackles pressing down on Colbert's head. What made him even more desperate was that, besides the endless construction, Louis XIV also developed a passion for war. He declared war on the Dutch, on the Spanish, on half of Europe. War was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Thousands of cannonballs, war horses, and provisions turned into a string of shocking deficits in the account books. During a heated argument late one night, Louis XIV even publicly accused Colbert of being too stingy, obstructing his great path to becoming universal monarch. That night, Colbert walked alone in the vast, empty gardens of Versailles. The bright moonlight fell on the unfinished statues, making them look particularly pale and desolate. His heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of tearing and disillusionment. He had used all his reason to create wealth, only to watch helplessly as it was fed into the meat grinder of war. He began to question the meaning of everything he had done. Was it for the strength of the nation, or merely to satisfy one man's vanity? His body rapidly broke down in this long, silent tug-of-war. Severe stomach ulcers turned his face as pale as marble, and the pain sometimes kept him from sleeping late into the night. Yet he still refused to let go. His pride and his obsession with order compelled him to continue sitting at that desk, using his remaining life to maintain the precarious balance of the state's finances. In a rare moment of fatigue, he wrote to his son, "In the court, we are like men walking on a tightrope, a bottomless abyss below us, and our only balancing pole is those cold numbers." By the early 1680s, the storms of the era finally pushed this exhausted old man to the brink of his end. Years of continuous warfare and the endless expansion of Versailles had finally sucked dry the once wealthy foundation of France. The fiscal deficit reached an astonishing, astronomical figure. To scrape together military funds, Jean-Baptiste Colbert had to go against his original intentions and began ruthlessly increasing taxes across France. He raised the salt tax, levied a poll tax, capitation, and even imposed heavy duties on the most mundane daily tools used by the common people. This desperate measure, like drinking poison to quench thirst, plunged the already struggling French lower classes into utter despair. Scattered uprisings began to break out across the country. In the streets and alleys of Paris, the common people blamed all their hunger, pain, and resentment on this stern, unsmiling controller-general who sat in Versailles. They gave him the nickname, the Vampire of the Empire, wrote vile songs that were sung in the darkness, cursing that one day he would suffer the most terrible retribution. Meanwhile, inside the cold court, Louis XIV was gradually losing his last shred of patience for this old minister who had served him for 20 years. The younger, more radical Marquis de Louvois, who advocated for brutal warfare, gradually replaced Colbert in the king's favor. At the last cabinet meeting in 1683, facing Colbert's final, desperate attempt to dissuade him from the war budget, Louis XIV stood up in anger and threw the account book to the floor. With a memorable, cold indifference, the Sun King said to him, "Colbert, if you are too old to find gold for me, then give your place to someone who can." Those words were the final blow that shattered Colbert's spirit. He trembled as he bent down to pick up the ledger and left the council chamber, the room to which he had dedicated his entire youth. Returning home, the old man took to his bed and never rose again. Severe stomach issues and a complete mental breakdown quickly brought him to the end of his life. In his final days on his sickbed, he refused to read the letters of consolation sent by Louis XIV, even throwing one into the fire. He locked himself in his dark bedroom, letting the cold autumn rain outside beat against the window panes, alone in the silent deep night, tasting the bitter coldness that had seeped into his bones. He had spent his entire life pursuing reason and order, calculating the cost of every political maneuver, but he alone failed to foresee that the vanity of absolute monarchy is a cruel deception that would never reward him. The night is already very deep. The fog outside the window seems to be getting thicker, and the flames in the fireplace have slowly died down. The life of Jean-Baptiste Colbert was like a precise yet deeply oppressive drama. He played the coldest role on the grandest stage of France, only to take his final bow in the deepest loneliness. What he left the world was not just the foundations of French industry and the exquisite mirrors of Versailles, but also the deepest and most resigned commentary on absolute power and extreme rationality. Using the ups and downs of his own life, he proved that one person, with wisdom and a harsh order, can play the game of power in a cold court and usher in an era of prosperity. But without warmth for humanity, without the ability to distance oneself from fleeting splendor, even the mightiest empire's ledgers are just numbers written in the sand, washed away without a trace by the tide of fate. He spent his entire life finding gold for his king, only to discover at the last moment that he himself had become the greatest sacrificial victim of that very prosperity. He longed to frame the world with cold logic, but unknowingly turned himself into a marble statue devoid of warmth. Now, the glory of the Sun King, the clamor of Versailles, have all drifted away on the wind, becoming a silent tale of the past in the dust of history. In the quiet of this deep night, as we re-examine the life of Colbert, perhaps we can understand that the true value of life is not endless calculation and justification, but finding inner balance and peace. The empty title of a glorious era cannot comfort a dried-up soul. In this world, only inner gentleness and peace are the warmest anchors we have in the dark of night. The story is finished. The troubles of power, wealth, and destiny should all be put down at this moment. Let all your anxiety and exhaustion fall asleep with the dying embers of this fire. Please close your eyes, relax your breath, and let the peace of tonight gently wrap around you. Wishing you a warm, peaceful dream. Good night. Here is the English translation of the content you provided, without numbers or titles. In the deep night of July 1973, the neon lights of Rome, Italy, looked somewhat hazy in the night fog. A 16-year-old boy was forcibly dragged into a car by several dark figures on a quiet street, disappearing into the darkness. This boy was no ordinary person. He was the favorite grandson of Paul Getty, the world's richest man and oil tycoon at the time. A few days later, a ransom letter demanding an astronomical sum of $17 million crossed the Atlantic and arrived at an ancient manor house in Surrey, England. Yet, faced with the life-or-death crisis of his own flesh and blood, the old man sitting by the fireplace merely glanced coldly at the letter and tossed it onto the table. Tonight, let us accompany the gently flickering flames in the fireplace, and this story you don't need to remember, as we walk through his true life. His name was Paul Getty, the richest and most chillingly bizarre oil mogul in the global business history of the 20th century. Facing the barrage of cameras from American journalists, he even said into the lens in an extremely calm, emotionless voice, "I have 14 other grandchildren. If I pay 1 cent today, I will have 14 kidnapped grandchildren tomorrow." This statement, filled with extreme rationality but devoid of any human warmth, made the entire world shudder. People couldn't understand why a superbillionaire, who commanded $1 trillion black gold empire and could casually buy a Da Vinci masterpiece, would be so stingy with his own flesh and blood. It was only after the kidnappers sent a bloody severed ear that the old man reluctantly agreed to pay a ransom he had negotiated down to a fraction, and a large part of that was given as a loan to his son, who was required to pay it back with interest. Why did the absolute peak of wealth not bring him lasting peace and family honor, but instead turn him into a prisoner, deeply insecure and wary of everyone around him? The night is long tonight. Let us set aside all worldly distractions and, in this low, slow narrative, touch the soul that struggled in solitude a century ago. Let us turn the hands of time back to that cold autumn of 1973. In Sutton Place, the manor in Surrey, England, with its 72 bedrooms, Paul Getty sat alone in his spacious yet empty study. His face was gaunt, etched with deep, knife-like wrinkles, his eyes deep-set and gloomy. He wore a slightly faded but high-quality suit. This old man, who could earn an average person's lifetime wealth in a single second, was intensely focused on checking a trivial bill under a dim desk lamp. It was for a strange device he had installed for his guests, a coin-operated public payphone at the end of the hallway. He did this because he suspected that visiting guests and household servants were using his private phone to make expensive international calls. That night, a torrential rain poured outside, beating against the stained glass of the ancient manor with a dull thud. The butler gently knocked and opened the door, handing him a second letter from the Italian kidnappers, warning that if the ransom wasn't paid, they would send another part of the boy. Getty's business instincts, reminiscent of Livermore's, kept him absolutely calm, even calculating, at this moment. He turned his head, looked out at the garden being devoured by the darkness, and said to the butler in an extremely slow, almost hoarse voice, "Tell the Italians that 17 million is impossible. My upper limit is 220,000. Why 220,000? Because under U.S. law at the time, that was the maximum amount an individual could claim as a tax deduction for a property loss. That meant, even while trying to save his grandson's life, Paul Getty was precisely calculating how to use the payment to offset his taxes, ensuring he wouldn't lose a single cent." The butler stood frozen. The air in the study seemed to completely solidify, broken only by the faint crackle of dying embers in the fireplace. Getty looked down again, picked up his antique fountain pen, and continued recording the manor's small daily expenses in his ledger. He suddenly realized that while his extreme shrewdness had fiercely guarded his fortress of wealth, it had also quietly turned the manor into a lifeless tomb. This mindset of digitizing and commodifying all human relationships, even blood ties, was like a thick frost, completely freezing all the warmth around him. He wrote in his diary that night, "People think I'm stingy because I'm greedy. They don't understand. Money is the only rule in this deceitful world that I can completely trust and control." Paul Getty's almost pathological need for control over money and his deep insecurity did not come from nowhere. They were rooted in his early, cold relationship with his father. Rewind a few decades to the early 20th century in Oklahoma, a wild land soaked in black oil and endless desire. Paul Getty's father, George Getty, was an extremely successful, strict, and rigid oilman. In his father's eyes, young Paul, though intelligent, was too dissolute, married several times, and lived luxuriously, completely failing to meet the standards of a pious, hard-working businessman. His father's affection always came with harsh conditions and endless scrutiny, leaving young Paul Getty to spend his life trying to prove himself, yet forever fearing the loss of his father's approval. In 1930, the elder George Getty died of illness. When the lawyer read the will, Paul Getty suffered the first and heaviest psychological blow of his life. His father left his mother a massive fortune of tens of millions of dollars, but left Paul, the son who had always been by his side, a mere $500,000. The will even contained a line implying that Paul was incapable of managing the large family business and would likely squander the family fortune. $500,000 was a fortune to an ordinary person, but to Paul Getty at the time, it was a searing humiliation and rejection. He stood alone in his father's empty office, clutching the cold will tightly, feeling something deep inside him shatter completely. He didn't cry. A flash of extreme coldness passed through his deep-set eyes. He silently vowed to earn 1,000 times more wealth than his father, to force the deceased old man to bow to him from the grave. He threw himself into oil speculation, using the brutal circumstances of the Great Depression to act like a vulture smelling blood, frantically buying cheap oil stocks from the corpses of bankrupt companies. He worked 16 hours a day, slept in cheap motels, and even read reports by moonlight to save a penny on electricity. This frenzied primitive accumulation wasn't just for money, it was to fill the vast black hole inside him created by his father's rejection. He began to understand that in this world, even the love of one's own father is conditional. Only tangible money and assets, held firmly in hand, would never betray him. But what he didn't realize then was that by making money his only armor, he was also personally severing his own capacity to feel and give love as a human being. Driven by an almost obsessive desire for wealth, Paul Getty embarked on the most important and dangerous gamble of his life in 1949. That year, he made a decision that the entire American financial world thought was insane. He would bet almost everything he had to buy the drilling rights to a desolate stretch of desert on the border between Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. This wasteland, known as the neutral zone, was incredibly harsh, with surface temperatures often exceeding 50 degrees Celsius, and violent sandstorms that could devour all signs of life in an instant. Previously, countless top-tier global oil companies had explored there, only to find nothing, leaving behind scrap metal and reports of massive losses. Getty refused to believe it. Wearing a robe soaked with sweat and stained with black oil, he personally oversaw operations in that yellow, sand-swept desert. He refused to spend money hiring high-level American technical advisors, instead living and eating with the lowest-paid local laborers, digging day after day using the most primitive and cheapest methods. 1 year passed. 2 years passed. Millions of dollars in capital kept pouring into that seemingly bottomless sand pit, without even a drop of crude oil in sight. The board of directors bombarded him with telegrams, warning that if he didn't stop his losses, Getty Oil would face bankruptcy. All the shareholders were preparing to unite and oust him. It was the most stressful period of Paul Getty's life. Late one night, he walked out of his camp alone, staring at the endless, terrifyingly silent sea of sand. The wind howled mournfully past his ears, as if echoing his father's humiliating words from the past. He felt an unprecedented loneliness and pressure. But his square jaw and stern eyes showed no sign of backing down. He sent a telegram back to headquarters with just 3 words, "Keep drilling." Then, in March 1953, on an unremarkable morning, a dull roar broke the silence of the desert, and the earth began to tremble violently. Black crude oil, like a beast suppressed for 1,000 years, exploded violently from the well, shooting straight up into the blue sky and staining the yellow sand a brilliant, oily black. Getty had won his gamble. Beneath that desert lay one of the largest, purest oil fields in the world at that time. Within just a few years, this sea of black gold brought him tens of billions of dollars in pure profit, propelling him directly to the throne of the world's richest man. When Fortune magazine officially declared Paul Getty the richest man in the world in 1957, he was sitting in a luxury hotel room in London, glancing indifferently at the article. He had finally, with undeniable miraculous success, delivered the most powerful counterpunch to his deceased father. But he found that inside, there was no ecstasy of revenge, only a strange emptiness. Wealth, beyond a certain point, truly became a number without warmth. And in this decades-long gamble, he had long since grown accustomed to living like a machine, forgetting what happiness felt like. Beneath the halo of being the world's richest man, Paul Getty's private life was a devastated wasteland. He married 5 times and divorced 5 times. Each wife eventually left him, unable to endure his extreme coldness, paranoia, and pathological stinginess with money. He never invested real emotion in any woman. In his logic, all women approached him for his checkbook. He even spent days in court arguing with lawyers over a few $100s in alimony, using the cruelest words to humiliate the women who had once been with him. His 5 sons grew up under a suffocating shadow. Getty's parenting style was brutally harsh. He never gave them enough allowance and even forced them to work as the lowest-level car washers at his own gas stations to earn their school fees. When his eldest son, unable to bear the immense mental pressure and deep into drugs and alcohol, lay dying, Getty refused to fly from England to America to see him one last time, claiming the international long-distance phone call was too expensive. The eldest son eventually committed suicide in despair. When Paul Getty heard the news, he was at an antique auction. He paused for a moment, paddle in hand, then continued bidding on an ancient Roman sculpture. This coldness towards the living and obsession with dead objects reached its most abnormal peak in his later years. He began frantically buying the world's finest art. Genuine works by Da Vinci, Rembrandt, and Michelangelo streamed into his Sutton Place manor. He wouldn't hesitate to spend tens of millions on a broken-armed ancient Greek marble statue, yet would haggle over his grandson's ransom. Because in his heart, utterly warped by money, humans were greedy, fickle, and prone to betrayal. Only these stones and canvases, weathered for millennia, were eternal, pure, and would never demand his love or betray him. Every late night, he would walk alone with a candle through the halls filled with priceless sculptures, gazing at those cold marble faces. Only in their presence, it seemed, could he find a faint sense of security. His body also deteriorated due to chronic mental tension, paranoia, and depression. His once hawk-like eyes became cloudy and weary. He became a man utterly imprisoned in his ancient manor by his trillion-dollar fortune. Apart from the cold artworks and the subservient servants working for a paycheck, he had not a single true friend to talk to. In his autobiography, written in his later years, he expressed a poignant self-mockery: "I own the world's largest oil company. I can move supertankers across the oceans. But I cannot put a single glimmer of warmth in my children's eyes when they mention my name." In the summer of 1976, Sutton Place in Surrey, England, welcomed its quietest dusk. 83-year-old Paul Getty lay still on the massive antique 4-poster bed in the master bedroom. His breathing was extremely faint, life was irreversibly coming to an end. The setting sun outside shone through the heavy Gothic windows, dyeing the entire bedroom a desolate, dark gold. The room was eerily quiet, except for the monotonous, cold beeping of the heart monitor, which sounded especially hollow in the vast manor with its dozens of empty rooms. At his bedside, there was no wife, no son who could shed a genuine tear. Only a few lawyers and private doctors, holding documents, waiting to sign at any moment. This former richest man in the world, in his final moment, stubbornly refused to let anyone hold his hand. He was afraid they might take the opportunity to pull off his ring or steal his secret keys. Images of his life flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern: the clear skies of Oklahoma at 14, the gushing black oil of the Saudi desert, or the blood-soaked letter from his grandson after his ear was severed. He had won his whole life, calculated his whole life, built his fortress of wealth stronger than anyone. But facing death, the fairest terminal point, he found that he had nothing he could take with him. He had drawn a clear line between himself and the world with his lifelong coldness and stinginess. In the end, the world did as he wished, abandoning him with the most complete indifference on this cold bed. On June 6, 1976, this black gold behemoth of business history stopped breathing, with not a single farewell from family by his side. Ironically, after his death, he donated the vast majority of his estate, tens of billions of dollars, to an art foundation named after himself to build the Getty Museum. He left only a meager, barely sufficient trust fund for his descendants, not even enough to fight a legal battle. With this final, almost vengeful decision, he completely severed the spiritual connection between his descendants and himself, forever binding his name to those cold marble sculptures. When news of his death broke, the American media didn't show much sorrow. Instead, it was filled with mockery and contempt for his lifelong stingy behavior. People talked about his miserly quirks as if discussing an eccentric monster. No one truly cared how fearful and lonely this old man had been through countless dark nights. In the most absolute and tragic way, he completed his own sacrifice to wealth, becoming a lonely tombstone standing amidst the ruins of money. The night is already very deep. The sound of rain outside the window seems to have gradually stopped. The fire in the fireplace is almost burned out. The life of Paul Getty was like a grand drama piled high with countless gold and black gold, yet utterly devoid of warmth. He played the coldest role on the most dazzling stage of wealth, only to take his final bow in the deepest emptiness. What he left the world was not just the magnificent art collection in the Getty Museum, but also the deepest, most poignant warning about how money can alienate humanity and the warmth of blood ties. Using the ups and downs of his own life, he proved that one can defeat all business rivals with extreme shrewdness and unearth a trillion-dollar fortune in the desert with sheer will. But if you make money your only faith and wariness your life's instinct, then even the mightiest empire of black gold is just a prison built of cold numbers, imprisoning your soul for life without redemption. He spent his entire life trying to escape the shadow of his father's rejection, trying to prove himself with the crown of the richest man, but unknowingly turned himself into a monster 10 times colder than his father ever was. He longed to obtain eternal security by possessing, only to find at the end of his life that he had lost the most precious human warmth of all. Now, the clamor of the kidnapping case and the legend of the black gold from the Saudi desert have all faded with time, becoming a silent page in the old annals of history. In the quiet of this deep night, as we re-examine the life of Paul Getty, perhaps we can understand that true wealth in life is not how much you possess, but how much you can give and how much love and warmth you can feel. The quantity of money can never fill the desolate emptiness within a soul. In this world, only the warmth of family bonds and inner peace are our strongest, most reliable anchors in the dark of night. The story is finished. The troubles of money, of wariness, of struggling with family ties, should all be put down at this moment. Let all your anxiety and exhaustion fall asleep with the dying embers of this fire. Please close your eyes, relax your breath, and let the peace of tonight gently wrap around you. Wishing you a warm, peaceful dream. Good night. On a freezing late winter night at the end of the 19th century, heavy snow was falling across the slums of Lower Manhattan in New York. A stooped, haggard elderly woman wrapped in a faded, frayed long black wool robe trudged slowly through the snow. She clutched a tattered paper parcel tightly in her hand, holding 2 discounted cold oatcakes she'd walked several blocks to buy to save pennies. No one would ever guess this beggar-like old lady owned wealth enough to purchase most of New York City, save for awestruck glances from wealthy bankers who knew her true fortune. Tonight, beside the crackling fireplace, let us follow this easy story into the depths of her life. Her name was Hetty Green, dubbed the Witch of Wall Street by American newspapers of her era. During the opulent, speculative Gilded Age, she stood unrivaled as the sole female atop the financial hierarchy. When the nationwide financial panic erupted in 1907, countless prominent bankers and railroad tycoons faced ruin and suicide, and it was this shabbily robed woman who calmly issued multi-million-dollar rescue loans to New York City from her worn desk. Yet this sharp, rational investment genius was tormented relentlessly by persecutory delusion in private life. She never owned a permanent mansion, instead moving frequently between cheap low-end boarding houses with her children under aliases to avoid taxes and imagined poisoning attempts. Refusing expensive private doctor fees, she dragged her injured son from one free charity clinic to another across the city for treatment, until his leg wound deteriorated and required emergency amputation. How could a woman capable of calculating vast fortunes lock herself inside unheated, fear-filled rooms and live out such a contradictory life shaped by human frailty? As the night stretches long, set aside worldly noise and prejudice, and explore the lonely soul struggling through 100 years of past sorrow. Let us rewind time back to the 1880s at New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street was then a brutal male-dominated jungle filled with suited, top-hatted financiers. Yet whenever the opening bell rang, a stark black-cloaked figure stood out amid the bustling crowd. Hetty Green wandered the chaotic trading floor in scuffed worn leather shoes with a stern, piercing gaze, her unchanging black robe standing out somberly against the crowd's lavish colorful garments. She shunned aristocratic balls and pricey restaurant meals entirely, eating cold homemade lunch wrapped in aged newspaper on cold exchange benches every noon to avoid unnecessary spending. Male investors mocked her as a miser and witch in newspapers, claiming her riches stemmed from dark sorcery rather than sound business sense. Hetty ignored all gender-biased ridicule, her eyes cold and unfathomable as deep still water. In rare interviews, she spoke flatly without emotion. I wear no silk because silk cannot grow my bank balance. I refuse waste because only cash can shield me from this dangerous world. When speculators rushed recklessly to buy railroad stocks with excessive leverage amid market mania, Hetty watched the inflating financial bubble like an owl lurking in darkness. She quietly liquidated all speculative assets for solid gold stored securely in bank vaults. Shortly afterward, the bubble burst, markets crashed, numerous ruined businessmen took their own lives by jumping from exchange buildings, and despair swept across New York. Meanwhile, in a dim unlit room, Hetty calmly sorted heavily discounted land deeds and bonds, buying prime Manhattan land at rock-bottom prices to build her sprawling real estate empire. Walking alone beneath street lamps that dark night with her black cloak billowing in wind, she realized her financial triumph had cast her against all of society. This permanent isolation became an invisible heavy armor, breeding lingering paranoia and fear that gnawed away at her inner self day and night. Hetty's obsessive craving for financial safety and universal distrust did not form innately, they originated from her bleak childhood and harsh paternal upbringing in a whaling town. Travel back decades to New Bedford, a damp frigid New England coastal whaling settlement. Hetty was born into a wealthy Quaker family that built its fortune on large whaling fleets and international trade. Her household held no warm affection, only strict Puritan discipline and rigid suppression of earthly desires. Her father, a shrewd money-obsessed merchant, raised her as sole heir while her mother remained chronically bedridden from illness. At age 6, while other little girls played outdoors with dolls under sunshine, Hetty sat in a dim study reading tedious stock and shipping ledgers aloud for her visually impaired grandfather by dim whale oil lamplight. Her father drilled a ruthless mantra into her repeatedly with icy stares: everyone approaches you to steal our fortune, trust nothing but numbers and property deeds. This bleak lesson that all humanity posed a threat etched an indelible survival mindset into young Hetty's heart. When her father died suddenly in a New York hotel on her 30th birthday and left her millions in inheritance, bitter intra-family litigation erupted immediately. Her aunt and cousins forged wills, slandered her reputation viciously in court, and attempted to commit her to an asylum to seize her wealth. Years of ruthless family lawsuits erased Hetty's last faith in blood ties and kinship. Watching her relatives turn cruel and greedy over money, she sank into utter cold disillusionment and accepted her father's grim worldview: the whole world was a trap, and every friendly smile hid someone ready to rob her fortune. She chose to dress shabbily and pretend poverty, convinced a beggar's appearance would make her invisible to greedy predators and grant her true safety. Driven by crippling insecurity and persecutory delusions, Hetty Green's extreme frugality and suspicion cost her own son's health irreparably. One snowy evening near New Year's, her only son Ned fractured his knee sledding on frozen slopes, screaming in agony. Instead of rushing him to top-tier private hospitals in New York, Hetty fell into anxious calculation, convinced expensive doctors would overcharge or poison her son upon discovering her wealth. The billionaire mother dressed herself and Ned in ragged beggar clothing, pushing the crying injured boy through blizzard winds on a rough wooden handcart toward free poor-only charity clinics in Manhattan. She argued fiercely with nurses over pennies in medical fees and eyed every doctor's move with hostile distrust during examinations. Refusing inpatient care and effective medicine, she took Ned back to an unheated frigid boarding house and treated his wound with homemade folk remedies. Delayed treatment led to severe gangrene, blackening, and rotting his leg. By the time Hetty admitted him to formal hospital care, amputation was unavoidable to save his life, leaving Ned permanently reliant on an artificial prosthetic leg. Staring up at his mother in her worn black robe beside the hospital bed, Ned's bond with Hetty fractured beyond repair forever. Tragedy failed to reform Hetty. She blamed Ned's disability on malicious plots by greedy capitalists and all physicians, worsening her paranoia drastically. She relocated constantly, sometimes 3 separate inns under different aliases within a single day, keeping a loaded revolver tucked beneath her pillow every night. She became a wandering ghost trapped by her own fears, building a mental prison of suspicion atop mountains of wealth that imprisoned both herself and her children for life. Hetty Green's romantic life was another cold tragedy rooted in suspicion and financial calculation. Already immensely wealthy in her mid-30s, she married Edward Green, a prosperous respected overseas merchant with substantial personal assets. Yet on the eve of their wedding, a cold-faced Hetty handed him an unprecedented humiliating prenuptial agreement by candlelight. She told him plainly, "I respect your status, but I value my fortune more. Not a single cent of my money shall ever belong to you." Edward signed reluctantly out of affection and dignity, yet a marriage founded on such icy distrust was doomed to lack genuine warmth. In 1885, a nationwide shipping crisis ruined Edward's investments and endangered the bank he co-owned, forcing him to beg his wealthy wife for emergency funding late one night. Hetty continued tallying property accounts on her abacus without lifting her head, rejecting his plea coldly. To shield her own savings from the bank's impending collapse and his outstanding debts, she pulled out all her gold and property deeds overnight right before the bank shut its vaults, accelerating its bankruptcy entirely. Crushed and humiliated, Edward packed his belongings and departed permanently, never to reconcile with Hetty again. In her later years, Hetty lived in complete isolation, surrounded only by deeds, bonds, and overpaid obedient lawyers with no confidence whatsoever. She grew obsessed with endless petty lawsuits, spending years in court with neighbors over tiny rent discrepancies to cling to a false sense of control. Years of cold, poor diet and chronic stress wrecked her physical health. Severe hernia left her in constant walking pain, yet she still refused to pay for necessary surgery. Trapped between antique furniture and cheap boarding house linens, she turned into a lonely bitter recluse drowning in the stench of money and desolation. On a sweltering gloomy summer day of 1916 in New York, 81-year-old Hetty Green lay weakly on a plain hardwood bed inside a shabby house in Snug Harbor. Dusk sun sank behind the Hudson River, bathing the stuffy room in bleak golden haze. Gaunt and emaciated, her once sharp hawkish eyes turned cloudy, worn out by decades of anxiety. A heated quarrel with her housemaid over the merits of cheap skim milk triggered a fatal stroke, ending her life gradually. No friends or loving relatives gathered beside her deathbed, only her amputated son Ned and lawyers waiting to settle her enormous inheritance lingered nearby. Even in her final delirium, Hetty clutched her old revolver hidden under bed covers, muttering fragmented numbers and fake names in convulsions, still fighting imagined thieves and poisoners in her fading mind. She outwitted everyone and built an immense financial empire from Wall Street's ruins, yet owned nothing to carry into death besides her lifelong tattered black robe. Hetty Green passed away on July 3, 1916, bringing to an end one of America's most legendary personal wealth sagas. Ironically, her $100 million fortune, worth billions in modern currency, was swiftly split among the very children she'd spent her whole life distrusting. Her wronged son Ned squandered the entire inheritance rapidly on yachts, luxury vehicles and jewels as bitter retaliation for his miserable childhood. Newspaper obituaries mocked her miserly eccentricities instead of mourning her passing. The public treated her like a circus freak, oblivious to the endless fear and loneliness haunting her cold dark nights. Dedicating her entire soul to the pursuit of money, she went down in history solely as the cold, isolated witch of Wall Street. Night has fallen deep, wind and snow outside fade away, and embers in the fireplace near extinction. Hetty Green's life was a cold drama woven from gold, land deeds and crippling paranoia, starring on Wall Street's glittering stage before fading away into empty nothingness. Beyond Manhattan's standing buildings and archived financial records, her story serves as a sober warning of how money twists human nature and fear destroys a fulfilling life. Her life proves intelligence and perseverance can build unparalleled wealth amid turbulent markets, yet money used as the sole shield against the world traps people inside self-made mental dungeons sealed off from peace and freedom. Fleeing the scars of her childhood and bitter inheritance lawsuits, she chased absolute security through endless gold only to imprison herself as a captive of the Gilded Age. Decades later, the 1907 financial crash and sensational myths surrounding the Witch of Wall Street have faded into quiet forgotten history. Reflecting on her life on this peaceful night, we learn true wealth never lies in property ownership, but in letting go of unnecessary caution to embrace human warmth and inner serenity. No amount of money can fill the hollow emptiness of a lonely soul. Compassion, trust and gentle inner peace remain mankind's sturdiest comfort through dark nights. Our tale finishes here. Release all worries and lingering unease alongside dying fireplace sparks. Close your eyes, breathe steadily and let calm peace wrap around you. May you sleep soundly through a fear-free warm night. Good night. One dusk in January 1949, the smell of disinfectant filled a charity hospital in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. A blind elderly man paralyzed on his right side lay alone on a worn hospital bed, drawing his final breath. He did not have a cent to his name, and the hospital had to apply for charity funds just to cover his burial expenses. Yet when doctors sorted through his belongings and spotted the name on his passport, sympathy instantly turned to profound shock. Tonight, beside the flickering fireplace, let us walk through his life with this casual story easy to remember. His name was Charles Ponzi, the man who left an ironic permanent label in global financial history. He was the originator of the Ponzi scheme. Most people know his name, yet few understand how an immigrant with only $2 built a massive financial empire out of human greed within months, before watching it collapse abruptly. Back in Boston in 1920, he was seen as a savior of wealth by ordinary residents, police officers and politicians alike. He promised investors a 50% return in 45 days and full principal doubling within 90 days. Though full of logical loopholes by modern standards, this lie persuaded tens of thousands to line up and hand over their life savings. He once smoked cigars gracefully, gazing at piles of cash overflowing into waste baskets, completely swallowed by vanity and wealth. But the bubble woven from lies crashed at a devastating pace only months after reaching its peak. How could a genius who mastered human weaknesses and the secret of wealth end his life mocking bitterly at the name printed on his passport? As the night stretches long, set aside your daily worries and touch the lonely soul struggling 100 years ago amid slow narration. Let us turn back the clock to a crimson summer in 1920. In Boston's bustling financial district, Charles Ponzi set up a shell enterprise named the Securities Exchange Company. Young and handsome with neatly trimmed mustache and pricey tailored suit, he looked like a sophisticated and trustworthy gentleman. Holding a tiny international reply coupon mailed from Europe, he showed his supposed wealth magic to his first skeptical investors under dim wall lamps. In a gentle, calm and magnetic voice, Ponzi told them this was no speculation, they earned risk-free profits by exploiting exchange rate gaps between Europe and America. He claimed bulk purchases of such postal vouchers with devalued European currency and resale in US dollars would bring staggering profit margins. The theory sounded flawless on paper, yet complicated official procedures and transportation costs made large-scale real operation impossible. Still, post-World War I America was caught in the distorted economic boom of the Gilded Age. Everyone dreamed of getting rich overnight, and greed hung thick in the air. Ordinary folks who invested a few $100s early received their promised 50% cash dividends exactly 45 days later. The crisp clink of gold coins hitting wooden tables broke the rationality of all onlookers. Ponzi watched overjoyed investors kissing their money without any fear of exposure. Cold sarcasm flickered in his eyes instead. He knew he never bought any coupons at all, simply using new investors' principal to pay interests to earlier participants. This old trick of robbing Peter to pay Paul was packaged by him as groundbreaking financial innovation. Word spread fast across Boston streets, and endless queues lined up day and night outside his office. Housewives, factory laborers and patrolling police clutched crumpled bills, eager to crowd into his small office. Within months, millions of US dollars flooded his desk every day. Overworked staff stuffed bundled banknotes into wastebaskets and desk gaps for lack of storage space. Leaning back in a huge mahogany chair with a lit Cuban cigar between his fingers, Ponzi watched compatriots lose themselves to greed with cold detachment. He suddenly realized his brilliant psychological tactics had outwitted the whole city, yet chained himself to an unstoppable speeding cart doomed to crash. The extreme loneliness of being adored while standing on the edge of ruin became an unshakable shackle gnawing his heart day and night. Ponzi's morbid obsession with money and skilled manipulation of human nature were never accidental, rooted in the hardship of his early immigrant life. 20 years earlier, on a freezing winter day in 1903, an old steamship loaded with European immigrants sailed slowly into New York Harbor. Only 21 years old, Ponzi stood on the windy deck staring at the Statue of Liberty looming faintly in mist, filled with bright fantasies for the new continent. Born into a poor Italian family, he once studied at the University of Rome but squandered all family fortune on bad company. To escape debts and chase the legend of gold-plated American streets, he embarked on the transatlantic voyage. He stepped onto American soil with merely $2 left, having gambled away all his mother's savings on the ship's casino. The New World offered no kindness. Unable to speak fluent English or rely on connections, the young Italian struggled at the very bottom of society. He worked as a dishwasher and restaurant waiter, and spent years locked in cold prisons across Canada and the United States for theft and check forgery. Countless nights on hard plank beds in damp unheated cells dotted with mildew, Ponzi stared through narrow barred windows as his pride was crushed cruelly by reality. He watched fellow impoverished immigrants lose dignity to hunger and poverty, dying silently on streets. An innate fear of poverty coiled around his soul like a venomous snake, convincing him of a harsh truth. In this money-worshipping new world, honest labor only brought exploitation and poverty. Preying on others' foolishness and greed was the fastest shortcut to power and wealth. After release, Ponzi moved to Boston, copying the manners of Wall Street tycoons and spending his last money on an elegant cane and top hat. He practiced a perfect confident smile repeatedly before mirrors to hide his shameful criminal past. He understood businessmen were judged not by their past or truth, but by the prosperous illusion they displayed. Years of disguise and bottom-class hardship cut him off from conventional morality, turning him into a pure illusionist feeding on human desire. As wealth piled up at an incredible speed, Charles Ponzi stepped into the most gorgeous yet illusory golden age of his life in the spring of 1920. No longer a penniless drifter worrying about rent in cheap inns, he grew into Boston's undisputed financial tycoon. He bought a luxurious mansion with over 20 bedrooms fitted with bathtubs carved from premium Italian marble and pure gold-plated faucets. Custom luxury cars carried him everywhere, surrounded by sycophantic bankers, politicians, and socialites all hoping to scrape a share of his fortune. Ponzi even took controlling ownership of a bank. Those conservative managers who once refused tiny loans to him now bowed respectfully with thick financial documents waiting for his audience. Yet dictated by market rules far crueler than fraudulent lies, his assetless empire carried an irreparable fatal flaw from its birth. Skyrocketing daily investment meant compound dividend payments expanded exponentially. Dread and desperation weighed on Ponzi heavily, fully aware his domino-built castle would collapse the second new incoming funds fell short of dividend payout. After lavish nightly parties faded away, insomnia tortured him alone on fancy silk beds every midnight. Howling night winds sounded like the cries of future ruined victims echoing in his ears, filling him with bone-deep cold and oppression. He frequently donated generously to orphanages and churches at charity events, trying to soothe his broken soul with hypocritical kindness. Yet confidence faded little by little from his sharp eyes, replaced by the paranoia and frenzy of a desperate gambler. His diary bore bitter self-mockery. "I built a skyscraper out of human greed and settled on the top floor, only to find no windows here, trapped in suffocating acrophobia." Destiny's fatal blow came earlier and harsher than anyone expected. In July 1920, Boston Post, a mainstream local newspaper, launched serial in-depth investigations into his supposedly profitable stamp arbitrage business. Journalists' rigorous calculation proved sustaining his claimed business volume required hundreds of millions of international reply coupons worldwide. In reality, only tens of thousands of such vouchers existed across all American post offices, less than 1/10,000th of his supposed trade demand. Hard data cut through his carefully disguised cross-border financial myth like a sharp scalpel. The scandal fully erupted on an August morning with bold front-page headlines exposing the truth of Ponzi's multi-million-dollar scam. Panicked Boston investors stormed his company madly, desperate to retrieve their principal. Enraged crowds smashed office glass doors into fragments with scraps swirling in wind, just like a brutal battlefield. Faced with formerly worshipping supporters turning furious and abusive, Ponzi maintained the psychological poise of a master con artist. Instead of sneaking out the back door, he fixed his expensive tie, walked out calmly and personally served chilled lemonade to queuing crowds. In his trademark gentle steady tone he calmed the mob, "Please stay rational. My bank holds enough cash to fulfill every withdrawal request." His extraordinary calm pacified the crowd temporarily, yet facts would never change for his elegant manners. Days later federal agents and auditors froze all his accounts, finding zero available assets and tens of millions of dollars in outstanding debt. By the end of 1920 Charles Ponzi was arrested and convicted. The judge called him a moral parasite destroying legal order and public trust in his verdict. Bankrupted laborers and housewives wept hopelessly outside the courthouse while Ponzi quietly put on handcuffs and walked toward prison transport amid cold stares and curses. He returned to the cold cell world he knew well, knowing he would never move back to his marble mansion with golden faucets again. After over a decade behind bars, Charles Ponzi lost American citizenship and was deported back to Italy in 1934, already in his 50s. Long imprisonment and drastic status gap ruined his health. His once neat hair turned all gray and his sharp eyes lost their glow. Back home he faced an awkward paradox. His name became a classic negative example in global finance textbooks, yet local officials cared nothing for his so-called genius tactics. He tried applying for financial advisor positions under Mussolini's administration, submitting lengthy self-recommendation letters promising miraculous fiscal reform plans for the nation. Yet bureaucrats educated in modern finance quickly saw through his primitive borrow-new-to-pay-old trick and turned him down with contempt. Forced to wander again, he traveled alone to Rio de Janeiro in Brazil and took a humble clerk job at an Italian airline. The airline collapsed completely with the breakout of World War II, leaving Ponzi penniless and homeless wandering in Rio's slums. In his final years severe cerebral hemorrhage paralyzed his right body, and glaucoma plus chronic malnutrition stole his eyesight entirely. He stayed every day in a dark damp windowless shanty, enduring sweltering tropical heat and rampant mosquitoes. During countless maddening silent nights, the once world-famous financial magician touched his faded old passport to prove his extraordinary past. He outsmarted the greed of an entire city and exploited every human craving for profit, only to be abandoned cruelly by fate in an unfamiliar corner. Charles Ponzi passed away on January 15, 1949 with no relatives beside him, only an old iron trunk and worthless slips of paper filled with messy figures. Local newspapers printed a tiny obscure obituary: Charles Ponzi, 71, died in Charity Ward. He faded into oblivion for decades, until every financial bubble burst and cheated investors wept over fake high returns, dragging his name out again as an eternal black warning tombstone against greed. Night has fallen deep, outdoor fog thickens and fire inside the fireplace dims gradually. Charles Ponzi's whole life was a gorgeous yet absurd roller coaster play, starring on the splendid wealth stage before ending in bleak emptiness. Apart from his name fixed in legal textbooks, his story delivers a profound cruel warning about human frailty and speculative bubbles. His ups and downs prove intelligence and flawless disguise can fool tens of thousands overnight and build an empty castle of wealth with empty promises. Still, without real asset backing and respect for rules, no financial empire lasts. Sandcastles collapse completely under the tide of fate, leaving nothing but wreckage. He spent his whole life escaping poverty's shadow and chasing immortality through dominating desire, yet turned himself into desire's saddest victim unconsciously. Today the 1920 financial craze and Boston's wealth legend have drifted away into dusty history. Reviewing Ponzi's life on this peaceful quiet night teaches us true wealth never lies in property gained by trickery, but inner integrity, balance and peace of mind. No illusion lasts forever once reality strikes. Down-to-earth principles and inner tranquility are our warmest reliable shelter throughout dark nights. Our story comes to an end. Let go of all troubles about money, promises and greedy struggles alongside dying embers. Release your anxiety and exhaustion to fade away with the faint dying fire. Close your eyes and breathe gently, wrapped in tonight's soft serenity. May you enjoy a warm peaceful night free from empty bubbles and illusions. Good night. On the early morning of June 20, 1815, London was wrapped in thick, damp morning mist. As soon as the Royal Exchange opened its gates, hordes of anxious stockbrokers flooded into the hall. 2 days had passed since the decisive battle between Duke Wellington and Napoleon at Waterloo across the English Channel, yet official battle dispatches were still nowhere to be seen. British government bond prices hung precariously on the brink of history. A victory would usher in centuries of prosperity for the empire, while defeat would drag countless investors down alongside the Bourbon dynasty. Amid the suffocating suspense, a stout, stern-faced man with deep, icy eyes drifted slowly toward the landmark Rothschild pillar in the Exchange Hall. Tonight, beside the flickering fire, let us embark on his life through this easy-to-forget tale. His name was Nathan Rothschild, the founding patriarch of the Rothschild family's sprawling British financial empire. Wild unfounded rumors spread by online commentators have long distorted public perception of his clan, yet few understand the genuine psychological warfare he waged around the Battle of Waterloo. Unlike panicking ordinary speculators, he leaned against the cold marble pillar, eyelids lowered without the faintest flicker of emotion. Not a single sigh escaped his lips. With hawkish frigid eyes sweeping across the crowd, he raised his left hand to deliver a subtle, secret signal. His trusted agents instantly caught the cue and began frantically dumping British consols inside the exchange, triggering a cascading psychological meltdown across the entire venue. Staring at Nathan's stone-cold expression, traders were consumed by terror, crying out that Napoleon had won and Britain was doomed. No one suspected that behind the nationwide market hysteria, Nathan held confidential battle intelligence that had crossed the channel a full 24 hours ahead of royal couriers. How did this information tycoon, who masterfully calculated Britain's collective fear, lock himself behind relentless vigilance and turn into the impassive uncrowned king of finance? As the night stretches long, cast aside earthly impetuosity and follow the slow, mellow narration to connect with the lonely strategist hidden beneath the glow of prosperity. Nathan Rothschild's psychological offensive at the London Exchange stands as one of the most ruthless bloodless slaughters in global financial history. Panic-driven sell-offs spiraled into hysterical chaos, slashing government bond prices to nearly worthless scraps. Traders scrambled desperately to cut their losses, some collapsing onto the floor drained of all color and hope. Remaining rooted beside his designated pillar without a cigar between his fingers, Nathan folded both hands atop his cane and watched the pandemonium with icy detachment. His angular, severe features, paired with a prominent broad forehead and stern lip line, appeared exceptionally aloof and menacing under dim gaslamp illumination. Hours earlier, via the family's confidential intelligence network spanning continental Europe, staffed by mounted messengers and homing pigeons, he had already learned of Napoleon's crushing defeat at Waterloo. Instead of rushing to purchase undervalued bonds immediately, he engineered a false sell-off to drain every last trace of rationality from the marketplace. The instant consol rates hit an all-time historic trough, Nathan's hidden right hand twitched faintly once more. Anonymous proxy buyers swarmed from every corner to hoard every available discounted government bond without restraint. By the following afternoon, exhausted royal cavalry galloped into London announcing Wellington's triumph over Napoleon. Cheers erupted throughout the exchange, sending bond prices rocketing to unprecedented highs within minutes. While the crowd celebrated rapturously, Nathan smoothed his plain black wool overcoat and slipped quietly out of the exchange gates. Within 24 hours, by manipulating asymmetric information and mass panic, he amassed staggering wealth and secured permanent command over Britain's fiscal lifeline through his ledgers. Overnight, his name became an icon of British finance, yet also synonymous with cold conspiracy. He purchased London's most opulent mansion and attended closed-door cabinet meetings with prime ministers, yet never uttered superfluous words at any social banquet. He well understood that after orchestrating this masterstroke of market manipulation, he had become the unseen foe of every speculator in the nation, every pound of his fortune stained with the bankruptcy tears of ruined competitors. This crippling isolation, born from standing against the crowd's rationality, wrapped around his psyche endlessly like London's frosty winter fog. Nathan Rothschild's obsessive fixation on intelligence and uncanny grasp of market rules did not emerge by chance, forged instead through brutal formative years spent in Frankfurt and Manchester. Decades earlier, we travel back to the damp, cramped, shadowed Jewish alley in Frankfurt, Germany. As the third son of Mayor Amschel Rothschild, Nathan grew up in a family that edged into finance through antique coin dealing and asset management for the Landgrave of Hesse. No lavish palace adorned his childhood home, only his father hunched over ledgers by faint candlelight in dim studies, drilling cross-border exchange calculations into his sons with uncompromising sternness. With a rigid, grim face, the patriarch oversaw his 5 boys and instilled the family's iron maxim repeatedly: stand united as a clenched fist, trust no outsider fully besides blood kin. In 1798, 21-year-old Nathan departed for Manchester, England with a few £1,000s of paternal capital. The Industrial Revolution was sweeping across Britain amid booming machinery output and an exploding cotton trade. A newly arrived immigrant struggling with broken English, he scraped a living amid grim textile workshops and grimy Manchester docks. Rather than waiting passively for clients inside a shop like conventional cloth wholesalers, he trekked straight to grassroots dye houses and weaving mills to calculate raw material costs firsthand. He discovered bloated, fragmented supply chains riddled with markup layers spanning dyers, weavers, and export merchants. Blessed with an innate numerical acuity, he restructured the entire trade system. Using limited startup funds, he monopolized premium dyestuff imports overseas, forcing local fabric workshops to supply finished textiles at rock-bottom prices before controlling all continental export channels single-handedly. It was here he earned his first substantial fortune and uncovered the ultimate secret of cross-border commerce: information and absolute control. In letters penned during this era, he wrote that honest labor barely keeps men fed, only securing advance intelligence on commodity sources and price shifts lets one dominate trade entirely. Harsh survival lessons forged amid bottom-tier hardship severed his longing for ordinary warmth, binding his entire existence to cold rationality and numerical calculation. When Napoleon enforced the harsh continental system in 1806, cross-border European trade ground to a halt, clearing the stage for Nathan Rothschild's underground gold smuggling empire. France's roaming armies kept the continent under military occupation, and Britain required massive covert gold shipments to fund Wellington's allied troops stationed in Spain. Faced with choppy channel waters and patrolling French gunboats, established bankers shied away from the lethal assignment, intimidated by French bayonets. Only Nathan, a solitary relentless wolf braving the storm, scanned blockade-marked maps with unflinching coolness. Drawing on shipping connections built during his Manchester days, he bribed countless smugglers, dock laborers, and corrupt French customs officials on both sides of the English Channel. Late each night inside his unheated secret office on London's New Court Lane, he penned wax-sealed confidential dispatches by flickering kerosene lamplight with a severe expression. His 4 brothers operated out of Paris, Frankfurt, Vienna and Amsterdam, 5 interlocking gears of a vast machine swapping exchange rates and troop deployment updates via exclusive messenger routes around the clock. Concealed beneath rolls of wool fabric and cheap canned goods, crates of heavy gold bullion sailed on small unmarked fishing boats under moonless cover, slipping past French patrols to replenish Wellington's cash-strapped military camps precisely. Faced with severe national fiscal collapse, Britain's Prime Minister swallowed aristocratic pride and secretly enlisted the Jewish merchant as the empire's sole underground treasurer capable of moving emergency gold reserves. Standing before the ornate marble fireplace inside No. 10 Downing Street in his plain unadorned black wool robe, Nathan retained an impassive gaze, not even lifting the corner of his mouth amid the Prime Minister's lavish praise. He knew full well his borderline illegal smuggling operation survived solely on temporary government expediency, liable to ruthless political purges once peace was restored. No politician's oath earned his faith. His only trusted companions were the dull clink of gold coins and his ever-expanding invisible intelligence network. Surrounded by constant peril and soaring prosperity, he lived an ascetic life, relying on cold logic and relentless overwork to construct the Rothschild family's black gold defensive perimeter. Gradually he realized he was far more than a mere trader, a behind-the-scenes chess player shaping geopolitics with capital and information to dismantle old aristocratic power structures rooted in tradition. Yet even as fortune showered upon Nathan Rothschild, fate condemned him to a desolate mental wasteland in silence. In the decade following Waterloo, he reigned as the undisputed uncrowned king of finance across Britain and Europe. Every European monarch needing war financing was forced to beg for loans in his London office. Hereditary dukes and cabinet ministers queued outside his door daily, a single glance from him capable of deciding the fate of tiny continental principalities. Beneath his prestigious status lay an empty inner wilderness, crippling paranoia and chronic fear of persecution gnawing away at his sanity relentlessly. Well aware his Waterloo market raid had wiped out the life savings of countless traditional British investors, vicious folk legends demonized him as a Jewish monster profiting off soldiers' spilled blood. Threatening, extortionate anonymous letters poured into his residence, some slipped through his bedroom door after dark. He avoided all public appearances, stationing dozens of armed retired cavalrymen for round-the-clock patrols across his Sutton Manor grounds. Heavy iron locks reinforced his study door, every incoming document inspected for poison by household servants using specialized test solutions. After one late-night emergency cabinet meeting, he declined the Prime Minister's offered carriage and trudged alone through London's fog-shrouded cobblestone streets wrapped in a dark cloak. Street gas lamp stretched his gaunt stout shadow into a bleak silhouette, his right hand clamped around a loaded antique pistol tucked inside his coat pocket, spinning around abruptly at every echoing footstep with hostile, near-breaking wariness. His family life turned equally frigid. Separated across European capitals, his brothers exchanged nothing but cold financial data and political intelligence in correspondence, stripped of familial warmth. His children grew up under rigid, militaristic upbringing. Nathan offered minimal affection, grooming them solely as the next generation of precise accounting machines. Years of unrelenting mental strain, persistent insomnia and severe gastric ulcers wrecked his health by his early 50s, leaving his complexion as pale and lifeless as polished marble. He computed every bond interest rate with impeccable shrewdness throughout his life, yet failed to foresee that shutting the entire world out behind money's barriers would trap himself permanently inside a cold cage built entirely of gold. Summer 1836 brought an unusually sultry, gloomy dusk to Frankfurt, Germany. Inside a modest bedroom near the ancestral Rothschild mansion, 59-year-old Nathan Rothschild lay prostrate on a plain heavy four-poster wooden bed. He had returned to his hometown for his younger brother's wedding, only to fall gravely ill from long-term exhaustion and fatal sepsis shortly after arrival. Stagnant humid air hung thick inside the room, the setting sun dyeing heavy silk drapes a somber dark gold. Wasted away by sickness, his once sharp angular features sank inward, his piercing hawk-like eyes that once terrified European bankers clouded over and drained of all luster. No flattering cabinet ministers or wealthy British dukes hovered beside his deathbed, only his stern, calculation-minded brothers surrounded him in shadow. Even on his deathbed, his frail right hand clung tightly to newly arrived confidential London dispatches listing latest console prices tucked beneath his pillow. His body twitched involuntarily as he mumbled disjointed figures, messenger names, and channel aliases in delirium, locked in one final imaginary showdown against unseen rivals scheming to seize his financial empire. After a lifetime of winning and scheming to build an impregnable information fortress atop Britain's broken financial ruins, death proved an impartial equalizer. Beyond his well-worn black overcoat, he possessed nothing to carry into the afterlife. On July 28, 1836, the towering financial titan's heartbeat ceased entirely, marking the end of Britain's unprecedented age of unrivaled personal information monopoly. Ironically, royal couriers mocked his passing by dispatching the news across Europe via traditional carrier pigeon. When the bird landed on the Royal Exchange balcony bearing a tiny slip reading, "Nathan died in Frankfurt," the trading floor fell into dead silence before erupting into wild cheers and aggressive short-selling from speculators celebrating his demise. People gossiped cruelly about his greed and coldness like spectators at a circus, oblivious to the endless fear, solitude, and quiet yearning for ordinary peace that plagued the old financier through countless lonely lampless London nights. He sacrificed his entire soul to the rigid order of numbers and intelligence, leaving behind nothing but a hollow, bleak silhouette of the so-called uncrowned king buried beneath layers of historical hearsay and mystery. Night has fallen deep, outdoor fog thickening and fire embers fading slowly inside the hearth. Nathan Rothschild's life unfolded as a meticulously crafted yet suffocating tragedy, starring as an unfeeling protagonist atop Europe's most prosperous financial stage before fading away into utter emptiness. Beyond enduring wealth legends and bond trading systems attributed to his lineage, his legacy delivers a piercing warning about humanity corrupted by information and lives consumed by money. His turbulent life proves sharp intellect and unwavering discipline can secure countless victories amid volatile capital markets and build an information empire out of crisis. Still, When intelligence becomes your sole defense and suspicion your natural survival instinct, the grandest account book is nothing but an invisible prison of cold numbers, locking your soul in perpetual darkness without escape. Faithful to his father's lifelong precepts, he spent decades chasing safety through monopolized gold and unrivaled speed, inadvertently transforming himself into his era's richest yet most wretched prisoner. Today, the historic market panic near Waterloo and the secret hand signal beside the Rothschild pillar have dissolved into quiet, wistful tales buried under 2 centuries of dust. Reflecting on Nathan's tragic life on this serene night reminds us true prosperity never hinges on hoarded core assets, but on the courage to drop excessive defenses and embrace human warmth alongside inner peace. No intelligence network can ever outrun a parched soul's hunger for tranquility. Love, trust, and gentle inner calm remain our sturdiest comfort amid endless dark nights. Our story draws to a close. Release all lingering worries tied to money, intelligence battles, and psychological speculation alongside the dying firelight. Let exhaustion and anxiety drift away together with fading embers. Close your eyes and breathe evenly, wrapped securely in tonight's pure peace. May you drift into a warm, fearless night's rest. Good night. On the early morning of June 20, 1815, London was shrouded in thick, damp morning mist. As soon as the Royal Exchange opened its doors, swarms of anxious stockbrokers flooded into the hall. 2 days had passed since the decisive showdown between Duke Wellington and Napoleon at Waterloo across the English Channel, yet official war dispatches were still nowhere to be found. British government bond prices hung precariously on the brink of history. Victory would bring centuries of prosperity to the empire, while defeat would drag all investors down alongside the Bourbon dynasty. Amid the suffocating suspense, a stocky, stern-faced man with deep, frigid eyes walked slowly toward the landmark Rothschild pillar inside the exchange hall. It was Nathan Rothschild, the financial tycoon wrapped in countless legends and distorted online rumors, standing there in total silence. Tonight, beside the flickering fireplace flames, let us uncover his real life through this casual tale meant to lull you to rest. None of the traders in the hall knew Nathan held confidential battle intelligence that had crossed the channel a full 24 hours ahead of royal messengers. Leaning against the cold marble pillar, he lowered his eyelids without the slightest shift of emotion, oblivious to the frantic uproar all around him. Then he lifted his left hand to deliver an almost imperceptible secret gesture. His trusted agents caught the hint instantly and began dumping British consols in frantic haste, triggering a chain of market panic that spread like poison through the venue. Staring at Nathan's stone-cold blank expression, traders were consumed by dread, shouting that Napoleon had triumphed and Britain was doomed. How did this information magnate, who precisely calculated the entire nation's collective fear, seal himself behind unremitting vigilance and grow into an impassive uncrowned king of finance? As the night stretches long, cast aside worldly impetuosity and follow the slow, low narration to connect with the lonely strategist hiding in the shadow of prosperity. Nathan Rothschild's psychological manipulation at the London Exchange stands as one of the most bloodless slaughters in global financial history. The frantic sell-off spiraled into unbridled hysteria within hours, driving government bond prices down to nearly worthless scraps. Traders scrambled desperately to cut their losses, some collapsing onto the marble floor, ashen-faced, watching their life savings vanish into thin air. Nathan remained rooted beside his exclusive pillar, hands folded atop an elegant black wooden cane, gazing coldly at the chaos he had masterminded. His angular, stern features, marked by a prominent broad forehead and tight severe lip lines, looked exceptionally aloof and menacing under dim gaslight, like a statue stripped of all human sentiment. He knew the truth well. Days earlier, via the family's confidential intelligence network spanning continental Europe, staffed by fast couriers, swift sailing vessels and homing pigeons, he had learned of Napoleon's total defeat at Waterloo. Instead of rushing to purchase bonds right away, he understood that the costliest commodity in the world was the extreme terror born from others' despair. He fabricated a massive sell-off to drain every last shred of rationality from the market, convincing everyone he had obtained insider news of Britain's defeat. The moment bond prices hit an all-time rock bottom, his right hand tucked inside his wool coat twitched faintly once more. Unfamiliar anonymous proxies flooded out from every shadowed corner of the exchange, snapping up every discounted government bond without restraint. By the following afternoon, exhausted royal cavalry galloped into London, cheering Britain's final victory and the end of Napoleon's reign. Cheers erupted thunderously across the trading floor as bond values soared skyward in minutes, yet Nathan had already turned away quietly. He smoothed his plain black overcoat and stepped out of the exchange gates, leaving behind all the belated euphoria and bitter tears. Through manipulating asymmetric information and public blind spots, Nathan amassed immeasurable wealth and secured permanent control over Britain's fiscal lifeline via his ledgers. Overnight, his name turned into the supreme legend of British finance as well as the epitome of cold conspiracy, condemning him to live as a solitary wolf amid London's bustling prosperity. Nathan Rothschild's morbid obsession with intelligence and remarkable insight into market rules did not emerge out of nowhere, shaped instead by harsh formative years spent in Frankfurt. Decades earlier, we travel back to the damp, cramped, shadowed Jewish alley in Frankfurt, Germany. As the third son of Mayor Amschel Rothschild, the family navigated daily existence on a razor's edge amid rampant anti-Semitism of the era. No opulent palace decorated his childhood home, only his father hunched over ledgers inside a dim, chilly low-ceilinged study, drilling cross-border exchange calculations in a stern voice by faint candlelight. With a rigid, bearded grim face, the patriarch watched over his 5 sons after dark, hammering home the family's iron maxim: the outside world teems with fiends eager to seize our fortune. Trust no outsider fully except blood brothers, only when 5 fingers clench into a fist can you break free from the chains of fate. In 1798, 21-year-old Nathan left for Manchester, England alone with several £1,000s from his father. The Industrial Revolution swept across Britain back then, a wild age of roaring machinery and skyrocketing cotton output filled with sudden wealth as well as ruthless deception. A newly arrived immigrant struggling with broken English, Nathan scraped a living among grim textile workshops and grimy Manchester docks. Unlike conventional cloth wholesalers who waited lazily inside fancy shops for customers, he trekked straight to grassroots dye mills and crude weaving workshops, touching every yard of fabric to tally raw material costs firsthand. He soon spotted the bloated, inefficient structure of Britain's cloth trade, where dyers, weavers, and exporters operated separately and marked up prices layer upon layer for personal gain. Blessed with an innately sharp, almost obsessive aptitude for numbers, he restructured the entire business model from the ground up. With limited startup capital, he monopolized imports of premium dyestuffs from overseas, leveraging this edge to force local weavers to supply finished cloth at rock-bottom prices before gaining full command of all export routes toward continental Europe. It was here he earned his first genuine windfall and uncovered the core secret of cross-border competition, information and absolute control. In lengthy letters sent back to his Frankfurt kin, he wrote that honest hard work barely keeps body and soul together, only securing advance intelligence on commodity origins and price shifts lets one dominate trade entirely. Cruel survival lessons forged amid bottom-tier hardship severed all his longing for ordinary warmth, binding his entire life to cold rational calculation forevermore. When Napoleon enforced the harsh continental system in 1806, cross-border commerce across Europe ground to a standstill, clearing the stage for Nathan Rothschild's underground gold smuggling empire. French troops campaigned relentlessly across the continent, and Britain needed vast covert gold shipments to fund Wellington's allied troops stationed in Spain. Faced with tight military blockades and roving French patrol boats, traditional British bankers shied away, terrified of French bayonets and looming death. Only Nathan, a solitary resolute wolf braving raging storms, studied blockade-marked combat maps with icy composure. He realized crises spell ruin for the weak yet golden stairways to supreme power for those holding unmatched information advantages. Drawing on shipping connections built during his Manchester days, he bribed countless smugglers, dock laborers and corrupt French customs officers on both sides of the English Channel. Late each night inside his unheated secret office on London's New Court Lane, he penned untraceable confidential letters by dim kerosene lamplight with unyielding sternness. His 4 brothers managed operations out of Paris, Frankfurt, Vienna and Amsterdam, 5 interlocking gears of a massive machine swapping exchange rates and troop deployment intelligence round the clock via exclusive messenger routes. Crates of heavy gold bullion were concealed beneath rolls of wool fabric and cheap fruit cans, ferried across dark moonless waters aboard small fishing boats, slipping past French patrols to replenish Wellington's cash-starved military camps precisely. Faced with severe fiscal deficit during cabinet meetings, Britain's Chancellor of the Exchequer swallowed aristocratic pride and turned secretly to the Jewish merchant, naming him the empire's sole underground treasurer capable of moving emergency gold reserves. Standing before the ornate marble fireplace inside the Prime Minister's residence in his plain unadorned black robe, Nathan retained a placid, cold gaze, never lifting the corner of his mouth even amid official praise. He well understood his borderline illegal smuggling survived solely on temporary political expediency, vulnerable to brutal government purges once peace was restored. No politician's oath could win his faith. His only trusted companions were the dull clink of gold coins and his ever-expanding invisible intelligence network covering all of Europe. He lived an ascetic life amid constant peril and booming fortune, constructing the family's black gold defensive barrier through unwavering logic and exhaustive overwork. Gradually he saw himself as far more than a mere commodity trader, a behind-the-scenes chess player reshaping geopolitics with capital and intelligence to dismantle entrenched aristocratic power built on tradition. Yet as fortune and supreme authority descended upon Nathan Rothschild, fate condemned him to a desolate spiritual wasteland in silence. In the decade after Waterloo, he reigned as the undisputed uncrowned king of finance across Britain and the whole of Europe. Every monarch needing war funding was forced to beg for loans at his London office. Hereditary dukes and cabinet ministers queued outside his door daily, a single glance or minor interest rate adjustment from him enough to seal the fate of tiny European principalities. Beneath his towering status lay an empty inner wilderness, crippling persecution, paranoia and constant fear of violence gnawing away at his sanity relentlessly. Well aware his Waterloo market raid wiped out the life savings of countless ordinary British investors, folk legends demonized him as a Jewish monster feeding on soldiers' blood and a scheming conspirator. Threatening extortionate anonymous letters poured into his estate, some slipped through his bedroom door after dark with faint rustling sounds. Nathan withdrew entirely from public appearances, stationing dozens of armed retired cavalrymen for round-the-clock patrol across his Sutton Manor grounds. 3 heavy iron locks reinforced his study door, and every incoming letter underwent poison inspection by servants using specialized testing liquid for absolute safety. After one late-night emergency cabinet meeting, he declined the Prime Minister's offered royal carriage and trudged alone through London's fog-chilled cobblestone streets wrapped in a wide black cloak. Street gas lamp stretched his stout lonely figure into a bleak silhouette, his right hand clamped around a loaded antique pistol tucked inside his coat pocket, spinning around abruptly at every echoing footstep with breakdown-bound hostility. His family life grew equally frigid, separated across different European capitals. His brothers exchanged nothing but cold financial data and political intelligence in correspondence, stripped of all familial affection. His children were raised under harsh, almost militaristic discipline. Nathan never showered them with parental love, training them merely as next-generation precise accounting machines. Years of unrelenting mental strain, chronic insomnia and severe gastric ulcers wrecked his health by his early 50s, leaving his complexion as pale and lifeless as polished marble. He calculated every bond interest rate with peerless shrewdness all his life, yet failed to foresee that shutting the whole world out behind wealth's barriers would lock himself forever inside a cold cage forged entirely of gold. Summer 1836 brought an unusually sultry, gloomy dusk to Frankfurt, Germany. Inside a plain bedroom near the ancestral Rothschild mansion, 59-year-old Nathan Rothschild lay on an unadorned heavy 4-poster wooden bed. He had returned to his hometown for his younger brother's wedding, yet severe long-term exhaustion and fatal sepsis confined him to bed shortly after arrival. Stagnant sweltering air hung thick inside the room, the setting sun dyeing heavy silk drapes a somber dark gold. Wasted away by illness, his once sharp angular cheeks sank inward, his piercing hawk-like eyes that once struck dread into European bankers clouded over with exhaustion and confusion. No flattering cabinet ministers or privileged British dukes hovered beside his deathbed, only his stern, calculation-minded brothers surrounded him in shadow. Even on his deathbed, his frail right hand clung tightly to newly arrived confidential London dispatches listing latest government bond prices tucked beneath his pillow. His body twitched involuntarily as he mumbled disjointed figures, messenger names and cross-channel aliases in delirium, locked in one final imaginary duel against unseen rivals plotting to seize his financial empire. After a lifetime of winning and scheming to build an impregnable information fortress atop Britain's broken financial ruins, death proved an impartial equalizer. Beyond his well-worn black overcoat, he possessed nothing to carry into the afterlife. On July 28, 1836, the towering financial titan's heartbeat ceased entirely, marking the end of Britain's unprecedented age of unrivaled personal information monopoly. Ironically, fate mocked his passing by dispatching the death notice across all Europe via traditional carrier pigeon. When the bird landed on the Royal Exchange balcony bearing a tiny slip reading, "Nathan died in Frankfurt," the trading floor fell into dead silence before erupting into wild cheers and aggressive short-selling from speculators celebrating his demise. People gossiped cruelly about his greed and coldness like circus spectators watching a performer's exit, oblivious to the endless fear, solitude, and quiet yearning for ordinary peace that plagued the old financier through countless unlit lonely London nights. He sacrificed his entire soul to the rigid order of numbers and intelligence, leaving behind nothing but a hollow, bleak silhouette of the so-called uncrowned king buried beneath layers of historical hearsay and mystery. Night has fallen deep, outdoor fog thickening and fire embers fading slowly inside the hearth. Nathan Rothschild's life unfolded as a meticulously crafted yet suffocating tragedy, starring as an unfeeling protagonist atop Europe's most prosperous financial stage before fading away into utter emptiness. Beyond enduring wealth legends and bond trading systems attributed to his lineage, his legacy delivers a piercing warning about humanity corrupted by information and lives consumed by money. His turbulent life proves sharp intellect and unwavering discipline can secure countless victories amid volatile capital markets and build an information empire out of crisis. Still, when intelligence becomes your sole defense and suspicion your natural survival instinct, the grandest account book is nothing but an invisible prison of cold numbers, locking your soul in perpetual darkness without escape. Faithful to his father's lifelong precepts, he spent decades chasing safety through monopolized gold and unrivaled speed, inadvertently transforming himself into his era's richest yet most wretched prisoner. Today, the historic market panic near Waterloo and the secret hand signal beside the Rothschild pillar have dissolved into quiet, wistful tales buried under 2 centuries of dust. Reflecting on Nathan's tragic life on this serene night reminds us true prosperity never hinges on hoarded core assets, but on the courage to drop excessive defenses and embrace human warmth alongside inner peace. No intelligence network can ever outrun a parched soul's hunger for tranquility. Love, trust, and gentle inner calm remain our sturdiest comfort amid endless dark nights. Our story draws to a close. Release all lingering worries tied to money, intelligence battles, and psychological speculation alongside the dying firelight. Let exhaustion and anxiety drift away together with fading embers. Close your eyes and breathe evenly, wrapped securely in tonight's pure peace. May you drift into a warm, fearless night's rest. Good night. Late on a winter night in 1983, inside an upscale private club in Chicago, firewood crackled low within the stone fireplace. 2 middle-aged men settled into broad leather sofas, wrapped in drifting cigar smoke, locked in an argument destined to shift the fate of countless ordinary people. One refined man with deep, compassionate eyes set down his wine glass in quiet composure. He was Richard Dennis, the legendary commodities king who had turned a mere $400 into $200 million on the futures market, famous across all of America. His close friend insisted elite traders like him relied on irreplaceable, God-given natural intuition. Richard Dennis shook his head gently and replied in a restrained, steady voice, "No. Top-tier traders could be raised in batches just like turtles bred on Singapore's turtle farms." Tonight, beside the flickering hearth fire, let us follow this casual tale and step into the true story of his life. To prove this counterintuitive viewpoint at the peak of his career, Richard Dennis launched a groundbreaking human experiment that shook the entire financial industry. He published full-page recruitment advertisements in major national newspapers across America, requiring no fixed academic background or life experience. Wage earners and unemployed folks alike could receive exclusive proprietary trading training and real capital worth millions for live trading once they passed his foundational psychological screening. Known as the Turtle Experiment, the program was far more than a simple business training course. It stood as an in-depth philosophical test exploring whether rigid rules could curb human desire and whether natural talent could ever be fully replicated. Within only a few years, those average people handpicked from humble origins generated tens of millions in net profit for him following his mechanical trading rules, becoming the famed turtle traders revered on Wall Street. Yet after the experiment achieved unprecedented worldly success, Richard Dennis sank into solitude and confusion amid silent midnight hours. Why could a flawless set of trading rules outmaneuver erratic market swings yet never contain mankind's primal greed and fear buried deep in human nature? The night stretches long, so cast aside impetuosity and anxiety, and trace the lonely thinker adrift amid surging capital tides with slow, understated narration. Let us rewind to the inflation-ridden, turbulent Chicago Mercantile Exchange of the 1970s. The open outcry trading floor was a brutal battlefield ruled by adrenaline and frantic shouting. Hundreds of flushed traders waved slips of paper, screaming and straining their neck muscles over tiny price fluctuations worth mere cents. Amid the deafening chaos, young Richard Dennis seemed a misplaced ascetic monk. Slender in build and dressed in faded plain gray suits, he carried an unnaturally cold gaze beyond his years. He stood apart from the roaring crowd, clutching rolled-aged price charts and silently calculating numerical rhythms in his mind. Little did he know he was dismantling generations of instinct-driven trading logic with ahead-of-his-time rationality. Only a few years prior, he had been an insignificant errand runner on this very floor, watching countless speculators swing between wild euphoria and crushing ruin with detached indifference on a modest salary. After convincing his family to lend him $400 for trading, his first ironclad principle was to eliminate all personal emotion entirely. He wrote in his journal, "Markets have no memory or mercy. You cut losses out of fear and hold losing positions out of greed. What you mistake for gut instinct is nothing but costly tax paid to your own flawed human nature." Richard Dennis adopted an extreme trend-following strategy. Whenever prices broke above recent historic highs, he bought resolutely even as mainstream experts called for an imminent market top. He exited without hesitation the instant trends reversed, never clinging to sunk costs. During an epic bull run in soybean and corn futures, ordinary retail investors collapsed into repeated stop-loss despair amid wild price volatility. Only Richard, a lone predator enduring the market storm, stared at flashing red figures and added positions mechanically at every downward swing. His wealth exploded exponentially from thousands to tens of millions overnight. When he closed all positions at the market peak and tallied his staggering fortune, Chicago's financial circle fell into dead silence. People stared at the reserved young man as if witnessing a monster, labeling him the exchange's miracle child and scrambling to decode his supposed secret to wealth from every word and glance. But widespread praise stirred no joy inside him, only piercing cold loneliness. He realized the public craved not factual truth, but a deity to fulfill their get-rich-quick fantasies, and this deification gnawed away at his peace day and night. Richard Dennis's fanatical faith in rigid rules and habit of quantifying all life was rooted deep in his impoverished Chicago childhood. Born into a working-class Irish immigrant household, his father worked a poorly paid janitor with a stern, unyielding temperament. Raised in a soot-choked destitute neighborhood, Richard's youth lacked luxury and fantasy, defined instead by Puritan discipline, reverence for order and crippling dread of poverty. His calloused father repeatedly hammered survival lessons into him across the wooden dinner table. Honest labor barely keeps you from starvation in this harsh world. Life is an unforgiving tempest, and only immutable natural laws can save you from being swept away by reckless desire. An introverted boy, Richard skipped neighborhood baseball to pore over complicated probability math by dim kerosene lamplight in a cramped shadowed attic. At 14, he took a messenger job on the exchange through his father's connections to ease family financial strain. The place exposed him to a warped adult world where fortunes vanished overnight or bloomed wildly on paper price shifts. Watching ruined traders weep on street corners merged his fear of poverty and longing for unbreakable order into lifelong fixation on absolute safety. He noticed failed investors shared identical flaws: reckless optimism during profit runs and delusional denial amid losses, ruled entirely by dopamine-driven craving and crippling fright. This harsh early exchange education let Richard grasp the core of money games before adulthood. To survive in a desire-fueled slaughterhouse, one must transform into a colder, more precise calculating machine than every rival. He studied philosophy at university, seeking timeless logical formulas to contain chaotic real-world unpredictability from ancient philosophical teachings. After graduation, armed with deep skepticism of human nature and utmost devotion to systematic order, he returned to the trading pit to wage a solitary rational battle against boundless human craving. As his fortune ballooned enough to shift overall market trends, his historic turtle experiment bet against friend William Eckhart officially kicked off in 1983. Richard firmly believed his breakout entry, strict stop-loss and position-sizing trading methodology was pure scientific logic replicable for anyone with basic discipline, much like factory assembly line workers. He published seemingly absurd national recruitment ads that drew tens of thousands of applicants across all professions within days. Richard personally administered grueling psychological testing in quiet, dim interview rooms. He cared nothing about applicants' math skill or finance background. His sole test criterion: could they follow rigid mechanical orders without emotional compromise, facing steep unknown losses and tempting gains? 13 candidates passed the rigorous mental screening, including bankrupt fur merchants, former accountants, unemployed truck drivers and a backgammon amateur with zero prior financial experience. Richard housed the inexperienced recruits inside a windowless downtown Chicago office for 2 weeks of intensive closed-door systematic training. Seated at the front in his signature gray suit, he spoke slowly and dispassionately, abandoned personal judgment entirely and memorized 2 core markers, N and trend. N denotes average true range, your exclusive benchmark for calculating position sizing. Trend is your creed: purchase mechanically once prices hit 20-day highs, no matter how overwhelming your inner terror becomes. The live experiment launched afterward with millions of Richard's real capital allocated to each so-called turtle trader navigating brutal commodity futures markets. For months running sideways with recurring small losses, trainees watched account balances shrink and fell prey to rising doubt and panic. Several begged Richard late at night for permission to tweak stop-loss levels per personal intuition to ease mental torment. Defending the purity of his trading code fiercely, Richard rejected all pleas with a cold ultimatum: follow rules strictly or forfeit managed funds immediately. Spartan harsh discipline allowed the turtles to capitalize spectacularly once a powerful bull market unfolded. Acting as emotionless robots, adding positions at every valid breakout, they generated over $30 million in net profit for Richard within several years. The experiment validated his core belief: trading talent could be duplicated and structured rules outmatch random market chaos. Yet watching his newly minted wealthy former trainees toast their success at gala parties from a shadowed high floor, Richard sank into profound philosophical emptiness. He realized he had reshaped their surface conduct via flawless systems yet reduced them to desire-controlled puppets, and the experiment's grim long-term consequences were only starting to unfold. Fate struck the financial philosopher abruptly with bitter ironic disaster. In late autumn of 1987, Black Monday triggered an unprecedented global stock market crash, with the Dow Jones plunging 22% in a single day and countless fortunes erased instantly. Richard's previously unbeatable trend system collapsed amid extreme gap-laden panic sell-offs. Automated stop-loss orders flooded turtle trading screens as prices gapped relentlessly downward. Confronted with millions evaporating in minutes, the traders' hidden selfishness and wishful thinking overpowered prearranged discipline. Some shut down trading terminals mid-crisis to evade forced liquidation, hoping for market rebounds. Others secretly altered core risk parameters to bet aggressively on bottom fishing against official instructions and Richard's trust. The defensive wall built by trading rules crumbled like paper before overwhelming human fear. Richard's managed funds lost over half their total value, tens of millions gone in the collapse. Angry shareholders and followers protested outside exchange buildings, labeling him a hypocrite experimenting with ordinary people's livelihoods. Former admirers turned to mockery, and once devoted turtle traders cut ties, publicly criticizing his mechanical code as dehumanizing mental abuse. In 1988, staring at ruined account books and irreparably broken human trust, Richard stunned the finance world again by shutting all turtle-managed accounts, dissolving the team and stepping away indefinitely from the trading industry he had dedicated his youth to. Instead of succumbing to despair like ruined speculators, he adjusted his gray wool coat, locked the unused training room door calmly and retreated to a quiet suburban Chicago home. He secluded himself amid shelves of philosophy books, enduring crushing disillusionment alone through endless cold nights. He spent a lifetime pursuing rational order and calculating breakout probabilities down to fine detail, yet never anticipated primal human hunger for safety would shatter logic and established rules amid catastrophic market storms. Trapped spiritually by his own experiment's devastating outcome, he sat alone listening to cold raindrops against windowpanes through countless unheated winter evenings. Following his retirement, Richard withdrew from worldly financial competition entirely. He redirected remaining wealth and energy toward non-profit philosophical foundations and political advocacy initiatives yielding no direct monetary gain. Through these efforts he strove to reinterpret social structure and locate the balanced rationality he had spent decades chasing yet lost within trading pits. By early 2000s, the once dominant commodities king faded into a gaunt white-haired elderly gentleman wandering Chicago sidewalks peacefully. His once sharp stern features softened with age and life experience, and eyes that once tracked every price movement turned mild and serene with fatalistic acceptance. During a rare private lecture for young finance practitioners hungry for get-rich-quick secrets, he paused long before speaking slowly in a graveled philosophic tone. I can write every turtle trading rule on a blank sheet of paper and confirm its lasting effectiveness, yet most of you will still lose everything facing brutal market swings. Your biggest foe is never complex price charts, but your own inability to reconcile inner greed and fear after dark. The auditorium fell silent instantly, leaving ambitious youngsters baffled, unable to grasp the hard-earned wisdom behind the old man's weary sigh. As algorithmic high-frequency trading and computer-driven quantitative finance dominated modern markets, the manual trading principles upheld by original turtle traders were gradually replaced by microsecond-speed digital codes. Richard's name faded from financial headlines into obscure Wall Street legend read only by dedicated night scholars. In his final years, he favored sitting alone on his second-floor balcony gazing across Chicago's glowing nighttime skyline and glinting river waters. He had conquered insane market reversals and pioneered finance's greatest behavioral experiment, then drifted gently into quiet reconciliation with fate as time passed. He exited the money game with clear-eyed sobriety, leaving behind the timeless legacy of a financial philosopher and an unanswered eternal question about order and human nature carved implicitly into history. Night has fallen deep, rain outside has subsided and embers in the hearth near full extinction. Richard Dennis's life unfolds as a philosophically rich quiet drama woven from cold precision and rational restraint, thriving amid raging capital surges before concluding in serene peace. Beyond the widely studied turtle trading rules beloved by nighttime readers across global trading communities, his legacy poses piercing questions about human frailty and the limits of rigid systemic control. His turbulent journey proves disciplined intellect and strict self-regulation can tame chaotic short-term market shifts and build remarkable success for average people via tested systems. Still, anyone treating rules as sole shelter while ignoring innate human vulnerability and warmth traps themselves within invisible numerical barriers no amount of wealth can free. He spent decades striving to replicate natural talent and constrain unpredictable market volatility only to embrace mankind's imperfect instincts and find spiritual peace near life's end. Today the landmark 1983 debate and turtle farm fortune-making legend fade into quiet nostalgic history buried under time's dust. Reflecting on Richard's life on this warm peaceful night reveals genuine prosperity stems not from asset accumulation via mechanical trading rules, but inner peace and compassion amid overwhelming greedy impulses. No flawless regulation replaces the human soul's craving for tranquility. Love, trust, and gentle acceptance of natural human imperfection remain our most reliable comfort through dark lonely nights. Our story concludes, set aside all anxiety surrounding money, systematic rules and human behavioral experiments. Let exhaustion and worry drift away alongside dying fireplace embers into rest. Close your eyes, steady your breathing and wrap yourself in tonight's tranquil stillness. May you drift into warm, untroubled sleep. Good night. 1. Late one night in March 1729, an oil lamp flickered erratically in a shabby inn in Venice. A gaunt elderly man with profound eyes lay alone on a frigid sickbed wrapped in a worn black overcoat. No servants attended him. Beneath his pillow rested merely a single gold coin and several scraps of paper covered in intricate mathematical formulas. When Venetian patrolmen examined the stranger's belongings and read the name on his passport, their contempt froze instantly. Tonight, beside the dancing hearth fire, let us walk through the true life hidden in this forgotten tale. His name was John Law, a legendary genius who left one of the most staggering and weighty footprints in global financial history. He was an economics pioneer, an unbeatable professional gambler, an escaped death row convict from London, and the architect of the Mississippi Bubble, the first massive financial mania in human history. In the aftermath of Louis XIV's death in France, he climbed to a position second only to the regent, rescuing France's bankrupt national finance from collapse with freshly printed paper banknotes. Dukes, earls, and ordinary coachmen, housewives across France grew crazed chasing worthless stock certificates, sparking round-the-clock stampedes for wealth along Paris's Rue de Quincampoix. Yet the paper and credit financial empire he had built melted away overnight after reaching its glorious peak, plunging the entire nation into bankruptcy and despair. Why could a genius who mastered the essence of credit and the magic of currency end his days sighing bitterly amid cold Venetian rain? The night stretches long. Cast aside daily worries and trace this lonely soul struggling centuries ago amid slow, measured narration. 2. After decades of lavish warfare and endless construction at Versailles under Louis XIV, the national treasury carefully built by Jean-Baptiste Colbert had devolved into an irreparable financial abyss. By 1715, France's coffers held barely any silver or gold, weighed down by billions of livres in outstanding national debt. The newly enthroned Regent Duke of Orleans stared hopelessly at mountains of overdue bills and even contemplated declaring full national bankruptcy for the realm. As the Bourbon dynasty teetered on the brink of ruin, John Law stepped into the regent's opulent yet frigid private study clad in immaculate tailored black wool formal robes. Still in his prime, he carried refined grace mixed with near-supernatural self-assurance, his deep eyes free of the vulgar anxiety common among ordinary speculators. Possessing an innate knack for manipulating human psychology, John Law instantly pinpointed the core crisis. France lacked not wealth, but circulating medium, money itself. Standing before the regent's enormous mahogany desk, he spoke in a calm, warm, magnetic tone. Your Grace, gold and silver metal are lifeless corpses of wealth, credit originates from exchange, and paper currency holds the magic to revive the dead economy. Convincing the desperate regent with flawless probabilistic logic, he founded Banque Générale in Paris in 1716 and issued France's first formal legal paper money. At first, Parisian aristocrats scorned the colorful slips of paper and mocked the audacious Scottish gambler behind closed doors. But Law deployed the self-restraint and sharp calculation of a master gambler, stipulating all banknotes could be redeemed for full-weight silver coins on demand and accepted for all government tax payments across France. The policy instantly revitalized stagnant commerce. Cumbersome metal coin transactions gave way to convenient, lightweight paper bills. Factories reopened, and long-stalled cross-border trade poured tangible goods back into France. Law's bank emerged as France's financial savior, prompting the regent to nationalize it as Banque Royale and appoint John Law as Controller General of Finances. From his sunlit Versailles office holding exclusive rights to operate the royal printing presses, he watched formerly condescending hereditary dukes queue humbly outside his door seeking audience. He suddenly realized that while he had rescued a great nation with thin slips of paper, he had unleashed humanity's primal greed from its age-old fetters. This reckless gamble staking national sovereignty and royal credit on paper instruments resembled a midnight tightrope dance, creeping cold dread deep into his bones. 3. John Law's reckless disposition to treat state finance as a giant casino and manipulate credit instruments did not develop by chance, it sprouted from his bizarre early life as a death-sentenced fugitive and professional gambler. Rewind 20 years to fog-shrouded traditional London in 1694. A city obsessed with bloodline and heritage, where the young John Law already bore an infamous reputation. Born to an Edinburgh Scottish goldsmith banker family, he possessed an extraordinary numerical aptitude yet squandered his youth in London's casinos, saloons and romantic pursuits. Tall and fine-featured, nicknamed the Handsome Cad, he consistently outcalculated poker and dice odds at upscale gaming tables, bankrupting countless noble heirs. Overconfidence and indulgent living soon collided with cruel fate. Fighting over a noble lady's affection, he engaged in an illegal duel against an English landed gentleman on a public London square. 2 pistol cracks cut through dawn mist, his opponent collapsed mortally wounded, and Law was shackled and locked inside London's notorious Newgate prison. Judges handed down a harsh murder verdict condemning him to public hanging. Trapped in pitch-black confinement awaiting execution, harsh prison hardship sharpened Law's mental fortitude. Resting on damp straw bedding beneath a tiny barred window catching faint moonlight amid fellow inmates' desperate weeping, he remained eerily calm and collected. Refusing surrender to fate, he bribed jailers, leaped down the towering outer prison wall during a chaotic overnight prison riot and vanished into London's misty night under an assumed identity. Fleeing to continental Europe, he spent more than a decade wandering as an elegant yet dangerous drifter. He earned his living gambling in underground and royal casinos across Amsterdam, Venice, Genoa, and Paris. Far from a casual gambler reliant on luck, he turned wagering into precise science through probability and psychological manipulation and authored academic writings on cross-border banking and credit frameworks. Observing nobles ruined overnight by single dice rolls shedding bitter tears at gaming tables erased all conventional moral reverence from his heart. He uncovered a brutal truth: mankind worships not gold's physical weight, but the fantasies attached to precious metals. Whoever crafts more convincing illusions can rule over mortal minds as a god. Years of exile and gaming severed his ties to tangible real economy, transforming him into a pure financial illusionist and laying the dark groundwork for his later spectacular boom and bust in France. Backed by Banque Royale's printing presses, John Law launched his most glorious yet ruinous financial scheme, the Mississippi Company, in 1719. He acquired the Mississippi Enterprise and secured exclusive royal monopoly rights to exploit vast French colonial lands of Louisiana in North America. Law hired crowds of propagandists and shills to spread absurd rumors in Parisian cafes and salons, claiming Mississippi riverbanks overflowed piled gold, emeralds, and pearls, with native Indians willing to trade crates of precious metal for simple iron knives forged by French craftsmen. Ridiculous by modern standards, these tales spread like contagious fever across information-starved France, stoking nationwide speculative greed. Masterminding information manipulation, Law announced public share issuance for Mississippi Company with an enticing rule: depreciated worthless government bonds could purchase stock at original face value. The deal ensnared the whole country instantly, allowing bondholders to exchange junk debt for tickets promising access to fabled gold-rich territories. Narrow Rue de Quincampoix's housing Banque Royale devolved into Europe's bloodiest greed-driven slaughterhouse. Thousands traveled day and night from Lyon, Bordeaux, even London and Amsterdam scrambling to buy Mississippi share certificates. Duchesses knelt before Law's servants for Q-spots. A hunchback beggar earned tens of thousands of gold coins in days, letting speculators sign contracts atop his curved back. Fueled by Law's surging paper money output, stock prices skyrocketed insanely from 500 livres to 1,000, 5,000 and finally an astronomical 12,000 livres by early 1720. From his lavish mansion stacked with North American land deeds and solid gold artworks, Law stared through towering Gothic windows at compatriots fighting, tearing clothes and descending into mad hysteria over stock gains. Royal printing machines rumbled late into midnight, churning out fresh inked banknotes to satisfy redemption demands from rampant speculators. Inflated paper wealth fueled an unprecedented nationwide consumption spree. Ordinary citizens bought luxury carriages, silk gowns, and priceless paintings once beyond their wildest dreams, hailing John Law as France's Apollo and hanging his portrait centrally in drawing rooms as the living god of fortune. Yet after every gala faded into quiet midnight, profound philosophical emptiness and cold dread gnawed relentlessly at Law's soul. Scanning ledgers revealing circulating paper currency hundreds of times larger than France's aggregate tangible assets, he understood he had built a towering skyscraper of lies perched over an endless abyss. One panicked mass withdrawal could collapse the entire air-built illusion, dragging him down into irreversible ruin. Fate struck the financial illusionist far swifter and crueler than anyone anticipated. Early in 1720, shrewd senior nobles including Prince de Conti secretly brought millions of livres worth of Mississippi stock en masse to Banque Royale counters. Refusing newly printed paper money, they tapped marble tabletops demanding full redemption into heavy royal silver and gold per Law's original contractual pledge. As multiple gold-laden wagons rolled out of bank gates toward noble estates beneath panicked Parisian onlookers, the credit spell that had subdued French rationality for an entire year shattered completely. Ancient public distrust toward paper currency and paranoia erupted as a tidal wave sweeping across Paris overnight. Citizens abruptly realized insufficient bullion existed to honor universal redemptions, rendering their banknotes worthless scrap paper once everyone queued to exchange cash. The financial storm spiraled out of control in March. Crowds formerly scrambling to buy stock transformed into furious, near-insane depositors besieging Banque Royale's iron gates. Thousands clutching yellowed banknotes smashed against the gate, triggering deadly stampedes with crushed bodies cleared from the entrance each dawn. Desperate to prop up the crumbling illusion, Law enforced harsh authoritarian decrees. Private citizens were banned from holding over 500 livres in metallic coin. He recruited hundreds of Parisian vagrants armed with shovels to parade as prospective miners bound for American goldfields in a clumsy bid to calm public panic. Truth could not stay hidden long. Locals spotted fake miners sneaking back to slums within days with zero gold shipments arriving from Mississippi, stripping away the final pretense. Mississippi stock crashed catastrophically from 12,000 livres down to mere tens of livres, reduced to useless waste paper, and royal banknotes were officially invalidated. Hereditary earls tumbled into beggary overnight. Laborers and housewives who poured life savings into speculation wandered the streets cursing John Law and wishing him executed. The former god of fortune turned into the hated Scottish bloodsucker. Rioters shattered his mansion's stained glass and erected gallows outside the capital intending to burn him alive. On a frigid winter night in 1720, with tacit regent approval and royal guard escort, Law packed modest luggage, disguised himself as an ordinary coachman and fled France amid public abuse and manhunts. Returning to lifelong exile, he knew all European financial doors were permanently sealed shut against him. 6. After nearly a decade of wandering exile, a broken John Law passed away in Venice during the bitter winter of 1729, abandoned entirely by European finance circles. Nearly 60 years old, decades of constant travel, devastating status reversal and severe depression wrecked his health. His once neat hair turned fully white, his bright Versaillera gaze dimmed to confusion and weariness. Prosperous Venetian merchant elites spurned the infamous bubble architect, leaving him unwelcome and overlooked. Unable to afford luxurious Venetian palaces, he squeezed into damp, mildewed low-end downtown in lodgings alongside beggars and petty thieves. In his final weeks, severe pneumonia left his breathing shallow and agonized. Whenever cold hail beat against broken windowpanes after dark, he thrashed in unconscious fever muttering royal bank account numbers, stock indexes, and the Duke of Orleans' name. Having spent his life manipulating European greed with weightless paper bills and inflating wealth illusion to unprecedented heights, he owned nothing to carry beyond death's impartial threshold. On March 21, 1729, the towering credit magnate's heart stopped beating, dying alone without friends or family beside his tattered suitcase and useless calculation slips. Ironically, mainstream newspapers across France and Britain printed mocking celebratory obituaries cheering the Scottish fraud who ruined France, rotting in Venetian squalor. Common folk spoke of his printing money exploits as tales of an evil devil. None pondered the crippling fear, endless loneliness, and desperate longing for stable ordinary security haunting his countless fireless Venetian nights. He completed a grim sacrificial offering to early capitalist credit systems, remembered forever as the hollow, bitter bubble father etched into financial history. 7. Night has fallen deep, outside rain fades away and hearth embers near full extinction. John Law's life unfolds as a cold grand drama woven from paper bills, credit and obsessive delusion, playing the maddest leading role on the glittering Bourbon stage before fading into total nothingness. His legacy includes the prototype of France's central bank and the textbook-cited Mississippi bubble, alongside piercing eternal warnings of capital corrupting human nature and greed destroying rational reality. His turbulent career proves sharp intellect and credit insight can revive a dying kingdom overnight, with empty promises generating fleeting prosperity for ordinary people amid national crisis. Yet treating paper money as sole protection while disregarding real production and human foundational order turns the grandest financial empire into sandcastle ruins washed away effortlessly by fate's tide. Fleeing his London duel and death penalty passed his entire life, chasing perpetual invincibility through centralized royal printing control, he unwittingly became the saddest casualty of the speculative golden age. Today's 1720 speculative craze and Rue de Quincampoix's wealth legends have faded into quiet regretful history buried under centuries of time. Reflecting on John Law's winding life on this warm peaceful night reveals true wealth stems not from hoarding assets via printed paper schemes, but inner integrity, grounded balance and spiritual peace. No illusion lasts forever. Solid institutional order and inner tranquility remain our sturdiest comfort through endless dark nights. The story concludes, release all anxieties tied to money, credit and greedy speculation. Let exhaustion and worry drift away alongside dying fireplace embers into peaceful rest. Close your eyes, steady your breath and wrap yourself in tonight's gentle stillness. May you enjoy warm, tranquil dreams free of financial bubbles. Good night. In the dusk of August 1919, the ancient manor on Shadow Hill in Massachusetts was filled with faint earthy fragrance. A gaunt old man with neatly trimmed silvery white beard lay quietly in a rattan chair by the window, his breath growing extremely faint. On his desk lay neatly stacked thick account books, yet what was recorded on them was no newly added assets, but donation receipts all sealed with red stamps. Only after he drew his last breath did his lawyer discover in shock that this tycoon, once on par with Rockefeller and monopolizing America's entire steel industry, had merely a few tens of thousands of US dollars left in his account. Tonight, let us follow the flickering fire and this casual tale to walk through his whole life. His name was Andrew Carnegie, a man who devoted the first half of his life to ruthless capital accumulation and the latter half to giving away his fortune in pursuit of redemption, trapped in an endless fate-driven struggle. To the public, he was a profound paradox. He crushed competitors with cold capitalist logic and exploited workers by cruel means, yet late at night he penned a stirring oath on paper: "It is a disgrace to die wealthy." Over his lifetime, he donated more than $350 million US, equivalent to hundreds of billions in today's currency, funding the construction of over 2,500 public libraries that stayed lit deep into the night across America and around the globe. Why would a predatory businessman who stopped at nothing during primitive capital accumulation choose such an extreme, almost penitential path of charitable redemption in his later years? The night stretches long tonight. Leave behind all earthly distractions and touch this lonely soul struggling 100 years ago amid slow, low narration. Let us rewind time back to the blood-stained summer of 1892. Before the gates of the Homestead Steel Works in Pennsylvania, the Monongahela River was covered in thick black kerosene. Thousands of gaunt, ragged steel workers clutched shovels and stones, encircling the entire factory. They had labored for 12 straight hours beside scorching furnaces, only to receive an unforgiving notice of wage cuts issued by Carnegie Steel Company. On the verge of this explosive class conflict, Andrew Carnegie, supreme ruler of this industrial empire, cut off all telegraph connections across the country without warning. He retreated alone to his ancestral home in Scotland, hiding deep inside a telephone-free castle overlooking a frigid loch. He left all violent suppression and political maneuvering to his core agent, Henry Frick, a stern, hawk-eyed manager devoid of compassion. Frick quickly recruited hundreds of infamous Pinkerton detectives armed with Winchester rifles, who sailed ashore on barges before dawn amid thick fog to launch a sudden raid. Gunshots echoed sharply along the Monongahela River, blood spilled at the factory gate, leaving several workers and detectives dead amid chaos. Cries and curses tore apart Pennsylvania's night sky. A few days later, Carnegie restored his telegraph access in the Scottish castle. When newspapers listing death tolls and branding Carnegie a murderer landed before him, his pale face turned ashen as marble under dim lamplight. He slumped into a mahogany chair without his usual cigar, fingers folded nervously over his knees. Puritan morality long suppressed by capitalist reasoning surged forth as overwhelming agony gripping his heart tight. His private diary revealed his agonizing inner conflict. "I thought I followed the law of survival of the fittest and built the nation's backbone, yet why does this backbone drip with my countrymen's blood?" This bloody strike became an irreparable crack in his fate's balance. Though he defeated labor unions and doubled corporate profits with brutal crackdowns, he could no longer sleep soundly through dark nights. Wall Street cheered his victory and rivals trembled at his cruelty, yet inside his New York palace-like mansion, he turned into a lone wolf tormented relentlessly by lingering guilt. Carnegie's obsessive hunger for fortune and success, alongside his ever-present Puritan moral anxiety, stemmed from his bitter early memories as an impoverished immigrant. We travel back decades to Dunfermline, a damp, frigid Scottish textile and whaling town shrouded in industrial smog in those days. Andrew was born into a destitute family of traditional hand weavers. His father was an honest, stern craftsman clinging to old trades. Yet steam engines and automated looms swept across the industry in the 1840s, wiping out traditional artisans' livelihoods mercilessly. Carnegie watched his father's calloused hands, once crafting fine cloth, hang limp over empty tables without work. His family survived only on his mother's late-night shoe mending to buy cheap oatmeal. The memory of sitting in an unheated freezing cottage, watching his parents weep helplessly from hunger, etched an indelible survival terror into young Andrew's mind. Late one moonless night in 1848, 13-year-old Carnegie and his desperate parents sold every household belonging to squeeze into the fetid lower deck of an emigrant ship reeking of stagnant water and cholera, crossing the Atlantic to land in the impoverished slums of Pittsburgh, America. The New World offered no mercy. To survive, the scrawny underfed teen entered a dim cotton mill working as a boiler room helper earning mere dozens of cents per hour. He toiled 14 hours daily amid choking oil fumes and sweltering steam in the basement. Each time he lifted his head from coal piles to glimpse faint daylight through a tiny wire-covered window, his innate dread of poverty and burning ambition to control his own fate intertwined to guide all his future decisions. He realized decency and honesty like his father's only led to destitution and elimination in this capital-driven new world. Only by adapting to ruthless industrial rules and turning himself into a cold, precise calculating machine could he climb to power's summit. He stayed up late deciphering telegraph codes by flickering kerosene lamplight, his outstanding memory winning him promotion at a telegraph office and favor from railroad tycoon Tom Scott. Scott's rigid demeanor and cunning wealth-building tactics became Carnegie's dark business enlightenment. He learned to trade stocks using insider information and acquire bankrupt competitors' assets at rock-bottom prices amid crises. Years of harsh upward mobility severed his attachment to ordinary warmth, chaining his entire life to a cold rational business path with no turning back. Haunted by lifelong poverty fear and admiration for rigid order, Carnegie made his boldest and riskiest business gamble in the 1870s. During America's railroad expansion and pre-skyscraper construction boom, he shocked mainstream financiers by dumping all profitable railroad and telegraph stocks to pour every penny into steel, a raw material with barely any mature market back then. Steel production remained costly, relying on outdated British Bessemer smelting technology, yielding inconsistent quality prone to catastrophic rail fractures and train derailments. Against widespread pessimism, Carnegie displayed predatory business instinct. Clad in soot-stained black wool overcoat, he stationed himself on site at Pittsburgh's blazing Edgar Thomson Steel Works. He transformed intelligence tactics akin to Rothschild's into fanatical pursuit of technological upgrades and cost control, hiring top European chemists and engineers to turn intuitive steelmaking into quantifiable mathematical formulas. Factory chimneys billowed black smoke around the clock, and thunderous steam hammer beats became his soothing midnight lullaby. When the 1873 nationwide financial panic drove countless bankers and railroad magnates to bankruptcy and suicide, Carnegie sat calmly in an unheated dark room counting his massive cash reserves. Feeding on competitors' ruin, he seized surrounding iron mines, coal yards and transport railways at minimal cost to build history's first fully vertically integrated steel empire covering all production links from raw ore to finished products. Within years, his factory's steel rails stretched across the American continent and girders upheld New York and Chicago's earliest skyscrapers. Cutting steel production cost by 80%, he ascended to global financial elite. In 1901, when J.P. Morgan, America's top financier, offered a check worth $480 million, equivalent to the entire annual federal government revenue then, to buy his company and form U.S. Steel, Carnegie glanced indifferently at the lengthy number alone inside his Manhattan study under dim lamplight. He finally avenged his father's impoverished fate and the suffering aboard the immigrant ship, climbing from penniless boiler attendant to world's richest man in a rags-to-riches miracle. Yet unimaginable triumph failed to bring the joy he once craved. Vast wealth turned into cold meaningless digits, and the moral void rooted in his Scottish childhood began gnawing at his spirit more painfully than ever. Selling his entire steel empire at 76 marked not the end of his business career, but the start of his all-consuming charitable giving spree. Abandoning his smoke-stained boardroom, he secluded himself inside his Fifth Avenue mansion study lined with thousands of philosophy and religion books. Chronic insomnia and paranoia plagued his sanity. Every time cold night wind howled outside his window, phantom echoes of 1892's Winchester gunshots and starving workers' children's cries haunted his ears. He understood every coin from that $480 million check was stained with ordinary laborers' blood and tears from that brutal era. Dreading sudden death and eternal damnation weighed down by gold, the once merciless industrialist launched his radical redemptive experiment, giving away nearly all his fortune. He published public notices nationwide to establish Carnegie Foundation, ordering his legal team unconditionally to spend all funds on libraries, universities and peace foundations before his death, leaving nothing for descendants, adhering firmly to his creed that dying rich is shameful. Ignoring Wall Street bankers and insider gossip, he rose at 5 each dawn signing donation deeds with antique fountain pens. He poured most funds into over 2,500 endlessly lit public libraries worldwide, believing knowledge and quiet reading spaces were permanent assets free from exploitation and betrayal, capable of cleansing factory soot from his conscience. Late each night, he wandered alone with a flickering candle down his mansion's marble hallways lined with silent stone sculptures, finding fleeting peace only beside these inanimate objects. Decades of mental strain, severe gastric ulcer and depression wore his body away. His once piercing eyes that terrified Wall Street turned cloudy, weary, and lost. Trapped by his own wealth amid piles of charity account books, surrounded only by obliging lawyers and foundation administrators feigning gratitude for salaries, he died lonely with no true confidants. His autobiography bore bitter self-mockery. I spent my whole life building this nation's steel skeleton, yet at life's end, I own no thread of warm family affection. On a summer dusk of 1919, cicada chirps faded gradually around Shadow Hill Manor as soft night wrapped the master bedroom entirely. 84-year-old Andrew Carnegie rested on a plain wooden four-poster bed, gazing through yellowed window gauze up at emerging stars. No entourage of lawyers waiting for business contracts or squabbling heirs lingered nearby, unlike Rockefeller and Morgan's final days. Only his white-haired wife Louise held his wrinkled spotted hands gently with calm relief in her eyes. In his final hours, his life flashed before his eyes, not moments of cashing the historic $480 million check or receiving noble receptions in Versailles, but the memory of 13-year-old himself running hand-in-hand with his mother under moonlight after earning his first few cents at the grim Pittsburgh boiler house. He schemed and accumulated wealth all his life, constructing an impregnable money fortress amid American and British desire, yet facing impartial death, he found peace after converting massive fortune into countless libraries where poor children read under warm desk lamps, filling the lifelong moral void torturing his soul. Andrew Carnegie passed away on August 11, 1919, with soft night breezes rustling surrounding woods instead of fake mourning from profit-driven relatives. Ironically, mainstream British and American newspapers honored him posthumously not for his bloody Union suppression years before, titling him history's first philanthropic king fulfilling his own vow who escaped dying rich and redeemed his soul. Visitors walk into Carnegie-named libraries late at night reading under warm lights, rarely recalling his countless sleepless fearful lonely nights decades ago. Through tragic yet healing extreme charity, he rebelled against money's grip and turned from ruthless capitalist predator to a serene elderly man finding spiritual closure amid the ruins of greed. Night has deepened, outdoor rain has ceased and cottage hearth fire is nearly burnt out. Carnegie's life forms a quiet drama woven by cruel fortune accumulation and redemptive generosity. He reigned ruthlessly amid massive wealth surges and attained peaceful closure by giving everything away in the end. His legacy consists not merely of thousands of perpetually lit libraries sheltering lonely readers, but profound reflections over wealth's corruption of human nature and redemption's healing power. His lifetime proves men can conquer capitalist competition with wit and perseverance to build enormous wealth empires, yet if material possession becomes life's sole pursuit ignoring inner longing for peace and warmth, grand steel kingdoms become invisible gold prisons trapping souls forever. Fleeing poverty's shadow in youth and wealth's curse in old age, he ultimately reached spiritual salvation by returning all riches to humanity at life's terminal. Today the bloody 1892 strike and Morgan's landmark check legend have faded into quiet history. Revisiting Carnegie's journey on this calm night teaches us true wealth never lies in assets seized by ruthless rules, but in letting down defenses and spreading kindness and inner peace across the world. No amount of gold can buy spiritual liberation. Sincere giving and inner gentleness remain our most reliable comfort through endless dark nights. The tale of money, exploitation, and charitable redemption concludes here. Release all anxiety and exhaustion alongside dying embers. Close your eyes, steady your breath and sink into tonight's gentle tranquility. Wish you a warm, peaceful dream free of fear. Good night. Late on February 23, 1995, a dreary rainstorm hung over Singapore's night sky. Inside the luxuriously decorated trading office of Barings Bank, the air conditioner droned monotonously, yet the whole room was frozen solid. Countless crumpled stock index slips littered the desk, and a lone desk lamp cast dim shadows across the blank white wall. On this night meant for final account settlement, a 28-year-old man's hands trembled as he scribbled 3 final words on an ordinary slip of paper: "I'm sorry." Without tidying his suit, he grabbed a plain travel bag, pushed open the door silently, and stepped out into the storm-lashed street. His name was Nick Leeson, a figure marked by devastating fate in Britain's financial history. Tonight, let us sit beside the flickering fire and wander through his life with this casual story. Just hours after his escape, explosive news shook Wall Street and the City of London. Barings Bank, 200 years old, custodian of royal British wealth and survivor of the Napoleonic Wars, collapsed overnight. By hiding losses in a secret error account over 3 years, he racked up $14 billion in losses, more than twice the bank's total net assets. Most saw him as a reckless gambler who ruined an ancient bank, yet few understood his thousands of sleepless nights trapped in an ever-expanding web of lies. How could a genius adept at predicting Nikkei swings and commanding enormous funds end up imprisoned by his own fabricated empire? The night stretches long. Set aside worldly impetuosity and follow the slow narration to touch this lonely soul struggling a generation ago. Strict auditing modeled after Colbert's rigorous oversight became a hollow formality amid the bubbly, wild Asian financial market of the early 1990s. In 1992, 25-year-old rising star Nick Leeson was dispatched from London headquarters to booming Singapore, the new financial hub of Asia. Young and promising, he had a neat square face with the sharp competence and pride forged from humble origins, clear piercing eyes and a well-tailored dark formal suit. Headquarters granted him unprecedented dual authority, chief of Singapore's settlement division and head of the trading desk. This meant he acted simultaneously as striker, referee, and scorekeeper in the same game, and this extreme imbalance of power planted the first quiet seed of impending catastrophe. Shortly after his arrival in Singapore, a new female subordinate made a trivial error during index trading, costing the bank £20,000. Per strict London rules, Nick was required to report the full loss to the board by 5 that afternoon and accept pay cuts and demotion. Driven by an obsession for reputation and order akin to Richard Dennis, he refused to let his newly built reputation be spoiled by a silly mistake. On a gloomy evening before rain broke out, hunched before a dim computer screen, he typed the forever famous code into Barings' core system, account 88888, driven by nervous fingers and faint luck. He swept the £20,000 loss into this makeshift, loss storage vault, covering the trail with fake cross-border settlement slips. Standing by floor-to-ceiling windows gazing at neon-lit Singapore's bustling nightscape, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had pulled off a tiny harmless trick. He naively believed that once market trends turned favorable days later, he could earn back the deficit with proficient short-term trading and erase all hidden losses unnoticed. But he overlooked humanity's cruelest truth: covering one lie always demands 10 or 100 more absurd lies. The invisible account 88888 turned into a bottomless beast lurking deep inside Barings' vault, opening its numeric jaws day and night to devour his remaining vitality. Nick Leeson's reckless disregard for regulations and audit restraint stemmed from the humiliating poverty of his early years spent in northern London. We travel back decades to Watford, a damp, frigid working-class suburb shrouded in perennial industrial haze on the outskirts of London. Nick was born into a destitute stonemason's household. His father was an honest, stern craftsman spending his lifetime chiseling cold stone for meager pay. No luxurious fantasy filled Nick's childhood, only Puritan austerity, chronic money shortage and deep shame of being looked down upon by upper-class society. Wealthy London financiers in fine wool overcoats with polished Oxford accents glanced coldly and contemptuously past their shabby cottage, carving lasting trauma into little Nick's mind. Without elite university education or noble family backing, he started working as a junior errand clerk in London banks aged 18 to shake off the stigma of poverty. He spent 14 hours daily inside dusty underground clearing rooms reeking of printing ink and piled documents. Every time he watched affluent senior executives squander millions of pounds casually, his innate fear of poverty and burning ambition to seize control of fate intertwined to shape all his life choices. He realized honesty and compliance only bound ordinary people to lifelong hardship and elimination amid London and Wall Street's profit-driven machine. Only bold, unscrupulous self-promotion could make arrogant capitalists bow down before him. After securing employment at Barings' and overseas assignment, he swore before a mirror to prove to privileged London heirs that a stonemason's son could generate mountains of wealth for their bank. Years of class disparity and mental suppression erased his reverence for rules, turning every transaction into a do-or-die gamble tied to personal dignity. He deliberately concealed all blunders and fed London directors' greed with flawless performance reports and falsified profit data. In his distorted logic, steady fabricated profits guaranteed his irreplaceable status and absolute safety. Yet when vanity and money became his sole armor against the world, he unwittingly unlocked the gateway leading straight to irreversible ruin. As hidden losses inside account 88,888 snowballed relentlessly, 1994 marked Nick Leeson's most dazzling yet illusory peak of his career. London's senior directors hailed the Singapore-based young man as Britain's financial deity, whose reported profits made up nearly half of Baring's annual total earnings. Every keystroke Nick tapped on the Singapore exchange drew torrents of international capital under his command. He purchased a luxury yacht, moved into Singapore's most expensive penthouse apartment, surrounded by sycophantic brokers and socialites. London's top executives praised him openly during transoceanic late-night meetings as Baring's once-in-2 centuries investment prodigy, continuously transferring massive core funds to his account without requesting authentic trading slips. However, this profit empire built on illusion bore fatal flaws from its inception, for all spectacular earnings were fabricated via concealed high-leverage short positions inside account 88888 and endless new capital filling old deficits. By early 1995, undisclosed accumulated losses surged to hundreds of millions of pounds, leaving Nick overwhelmed and desperate, fully aware the balance was tipping toward irreversible collapse. Desperate to wipe out massive deficits, he borrowed Rothschild-style tactical wit to wage his final all-or-nothing battle against fate, violating all risk control rules and wagering Baring's remaining hundreds of millions of principal on long Nikkei index contracts across Singapore and Osaka bourses. He frantically purchased massive batches of index call options, convinced Japan, the mighty Asian economic powerhouse, would stage a powerful market rebound in spring. A few percentage points of upward swing would recoup